Test, can you hear me? Brilliant.
and gentlemen, attendees, your attention please. Welcome to UNESCO headquarters. For the smooth running of this event and for your own safety, please take note of the following instructions. If a general evacuation is necessary, you will be alerted by an alarm siren and a warning message. You must leave the room calmly through the emergency exits located on your right and behind you. Et cette évacuation, nous vous demandons de ne pas encombrer les couloirs et les zones de circulation pendant cette manifestation. Le point de rassemblement se trouve à l'extérieur du bâtiment. Nous vous remercions de votre attention et vous souhaitons une belle manifestation. gentlemen, attendees, your attention please. Welcome to UNESCO headquarters. For the smooth running of this event and for your own safety, please take note of the following instructions. If a general evacuation is necessary, you will be alerted by an alarm siren and a warning message. You must leave the room calmly through the emergency exits located on your right and behind you. To facilitate evacuation, we ask you to keep corridors and common areas clear during the event. The assembly point is outside the building. Thank you for your attention and we hope you enjoy the event. Mesdames et messieurs, votre attention s'il vous plaît. Nous vous souhaitons la bienvenue au siège de l'UNESCO. Pour le bon déroulement de cette manifestation, mais aussi votre sécurité, merci de prêter attention aux consignes suivantes. Si une évacuation générale est nécessaire, vous en serez averti par une sirène d'alarme associée à un message d'alerte. Vous devrez quitter la salle dans le calme, par les sorties de secours situées sur votre droite et derrière vous. Afin de faciliter cette évacuation, nous vous demandons de ne pas encombrer les couloirs et les zones de circulation pendant cette manifestation. Le point de rassemblement se trouve à l'extérieur du bâtiment. Nous vous remercions de votre attention et vous souhaitons une belle manifestation.
Good morning, thank you. If everybody could take their seats, we will get going in 30 seconds. You've got 30 seconds to find your seat. Look, everybody moved, it worked. Thank you very much, everybody. Good morning and welcome to the International Disability Inclusion Conference, Harnessing the Transformational Impact of Parasport. I'm Liz Johnson. I am a Paralympic champion, a broadcaster and an inclusion lead, and I will be your Master of Ceremonies for today and for tomorrow morning. Just before we start, I would like to remind you that we have interpretation in French, Spanish, English, and international sign language, courtesy of Oliver, Tina, and Sylvia. Woo! Yay. So they will switch as we go. Before today, one day ahead of the opening of the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games, UNESCO and the IPC have joined forces to bring you all here to celebrate the power of parasport as a vehicle for inclusion. The Paralympic Games provide a unique opportunity to showcase the impact that parasport has in changing perceptions and attitudes towards persons with disabilities around the entire world. The incredible performances of Paralympic athletes that we will all witness in the coming days is a powerful example of what persons with disabilities can achieve at the highest level when barriers are removed. And unfortunately, the reality is that the persons with disabilities in the rest of the world are still facing many systemic and structural barriers that limit their access to sport and quality physical education on a regular basis. And while we will be celebrating parasport at the highest level in the coming weeks, we also recognize that not everyone will become a Paralympian. UNESCO and the IPC are aligned in the mission that every person with a disability has the right to participate in sport. Quoting UNESCO's Charter of Physical Education, Physical Activity and Sport, inclusive, adaptive, and safe opportunities to participate in physical education, physical activity, and sport must be available to all humans, notably persons with disabilities. UNESCO, as the leading UN agency for physical education and sport, promotes increased participation and investments in sport to drive inclusion and equality through its Fit for Life initiative. The Paralympic movement plays a crucial role in making sport more accessible for persons with disabilities. The Paralympic Games foster inclusion and accessibility as well as shift in perception. Our sessions today will be exploring current challenges and barriers, good practices and recommendations for collective action, focusing on 5 topics: parasport and physical activity, accessible infrastructure and equipment, inclusive quality physical education and play, media representation and visibility, data, research, and impact investment. For each session, you'll be hearing impact talks from our experts. So these are meant to be a short 5-minute intervention that summarizes for us their good practice, what they've learned, and how the rest of us in the room could do the same. We want to make this forum interactive, so you will have the opportunity to contribute to the sessions, so please do so. The recommendations that we will get from experts, partners, and even from you as the audience here today, combined with the recommendations from decision makers and other relevant actors tomorrow, will feed into a call to action that will be presented at the end of the ministerial forum. This call to action will be focusing on the key 5 areas that we will be discussing today and will serve as a stepping stone for future commitments and concrete actions to advance disability inclusion in sport and beyond. As a Paralympian, I believe in the power of parasport to change societies. It is very exciting to be here with you today and consider how parasport can be a platform for collective action. Now, without further ado, it is my honor to welcome to the stage Ms. Gabriela Ramos, Assistant Director General for Social and Human Sciences of UNESCO. it's all yours.
Thank you so much, Liz, and thank you all for being here. We are so excited to welcome you all at UNESCO. Thanks to our dear partner, Andrew Parsons, the International Paralympic Committee. Thanks to the Vice Presidents, thanks to my team, thanks to member states, thanks to all of you that come from so many places, but more than anything, thanks to the champions that are joining us today from the Paralympic Games. We are so excited. We had, when the Olympic Games started some weeks ago, we organized a conference called Change the Game. And Change the Game was meaning, yes, let's enjoy the Olympics, let's enjoy the Paralympics. That's the whole purpose of us being here. But let's not lose the capacity of this moment to shape more inclusive societies, to use the magic of sports, not just for the enjoyment of the moment and looking at the fantastic capacities of people that are just breaking records every second day, but also to see how we use this power to face many of the challenges that we are confronting. And this Change the Game spirit that was launched and that our Director General is so supportive of is now being translated to our partnership on using sports to advance an agenda for more inclusive societies, and actually using this Paralympic event to ensure that we raise more awareness of all the needs that we have for people with disabilities. I think this is very important. And I also want to commend the work that my colleague from the Executive Director is doing to make the installations of UNESCO also friendly for the Paralympic athletes and for every people with disabilities. It's an important moment for UNESCO. We are launching this partnership with the IPC, and actually, as I said, to make the world more inclusive, especially through the transformative power of sports. And the IPC vision, which we share, which is to challenge, starting with the change starts with sports, change starts with sports, resonates deeply with our own mission to use sports as a source for social good. And at UNESCO, we and our member states are deeply committed to advancing an inclusive agenda for people with disabilities. And actually, during our last executive board, our members asked us to really bring together all of the mandate of UNESCO in culture, in education, in media, in sciences, to build a very strong strategy for people with disabilities. And I think this is a pivotal moment today with the Paralympic movement to advance this agenda for more visibility and for more action, more investments, and really more commitment with people with disabilities. And we know that sports is an amazing, cost-effective tool to do this, promoting equality, fostering social inclusion, and empowering individuals. And this is why we are also building this strategy to use sports to promote more awareness and support for disability, people with disability, but on the other hand, also to use the power of sports beyond the confinements of the games to ensure that societies become more inclusive. And by working together with the IPC, I think that we can really deliver change, and we are so glad that we have representatives from all over the world, from our member states, because we know that together we can change the game, which is what we really want to do. Now, we want to get the facts right. And I am the ADG for Social and Human Sciences, so we always need to get with the evidence. And the evidence is not great because, of course, we know that 15% of the world population, more than 1 billion people face a disability, and not all of them are well served by their systems. And therefore, I think this is very important. The current crisis that we see around the world in physical inactivity, on inequalities, on poor mental health, we see the divisions that are fracturing our societies, of course, hit harder for those that are less prepared to face them, and usually is people with disabilities. And they face significant barriers for participation, not only in sports and physical activity, but also in many aspects of their lives. And therefore, everything starts with access, support, recognition, and investments. We know that many countries are facing these issues. we want to contribute also to raise the awareness, to have more evidence, to have more analysis, to bring this into the agendas of the policy decisions that member states need to do. UNESCO data reveals that 1 in 3 students with disabilities have no access to physical education, and I think this is a tragedy because we know that physical education and sports can really help people with disability to advance their full potential, but if we know that 1 in 3 have no access, then we have some way to go. And this is where the para-sports plays a critical role and a powerful vehicle for change. And we need to break down barriers, challenge stereotypes, and foster social inclusion. And at UNESCO, we're deeply, deeply committed to this agenda. As the United Nations lead agency for physical education and sports, we work to use sports and parasports as a catalyst for social transformation through our Fit for Life sports initiative. This is grounded in the belief that sports have the power to change the world and is a tool for fostering social inclusion, building resilience, and creating opportunities for those who had been historically marginalized. And you member states, you decided last year at the MINEPS 7 conference, which is the global conference of ministers of sports, with all of our partners of the civil society, of the business sector, of the Olympic and Paralympic movement, we got the Baku outcome document where over 110 member states endorsed the inclusion of persons with disability as a cross-cutting priority all across the Fit for Life program. And I think this is a very important momentum that we need to advance. And then we come forward with the Change the Game conference that I just mentioned, and that we need to take with us to ensure that the momentum is kept going forward. We are fortunate that we have a diverse group of speakers and participants with us today from government, civil society, academia, the private sector, and of course the athletes themselves, because we want to hear from them. We want to continue building the Fit for Life Global Alliance with their participation, with their voices, with their needs being heard, because we're not here to determine what they need. We're here to hear from them what do they expect from us. And I think this is a very important way of turning the conversation around. The discussions we will have today are a crucial step in this work. The agenda we have before us has been designed to address the most pressing issues in disability inclusion. We are going to be discussing and exploring how parasports and physical activity can foster more inclusive societies, how we can promote more inclusive infrastructure and sports facilities. We were talking with Andrew and Christina, and we were saying everything starts with access. And maybe we are blind if we don't have these special needs to the fact that many infrastructure is not yet fit for purpose. And I think we need to start by access, but then we need to start with awareness. We need to start with investment. As I said, it's a whole agenda that we need to build if we want to deliver for people with disabilities. Then, how we can make sure physical education is inclusive for all students, and particularly for students with disability. How can we shift narratives around disability through media coverage? And I'm glad that our colleagues from the media and communication sector will be with us tomorrow. And how can we use data and evidence to design more inclusive sport and physical education policy interventions? Today is the forum, multi-stakeholder forum. Tomorrow we will have the ministerial with our Director General, and we are bringing also the whole agenda of UNESCO in culture, in education, media, science, because all of this needs to deliver on the inclusion with people with disability. But this Partners Forum and tomorrow ministerial is not just a dialogue. As was mentioned by Liz, we are going to deliver a call to action, and we hope that member states will not only sign to it, but also will help us move it forward, track progress, and ensure that this is not just a wonderful place to encounter so many champions and advance the agenda, but this is a place where we start with change and where we really move this agenda forward, and that we, as I said, that we take the power of sports to deliver for people. I'm sure that together we can change the game. I'm sure that with our partnership with IPC, but with our partnership with all of you, we can really move to a world that is more conscious, better prepared, and better aligned to serve everybody, no matter what their special needs are. So I count on all of you, UNESCO counts on all of you, you count on UNESCO, of course, to advance this agenda. And therefore, without any further ado, let me just call the president that has really developed an amazing agenda to ensure that people with disability are heard and supported in sports, and that sports is used to help people with disability. So welcome, Mr. Andrew Parsons, the president of the IPC. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Mrs. Gabriela Ramos, Assistant Director General for Social and Human Science of UNESCO, Paralympic friends, distinguished guests. On behalf of the International Paralympic Committee, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the IPC and UNESCO International Disability Inclusion Conference and to the city of Paris, the Paralympic city. For anyone who has been in the city for the last few days, you will see that Paris is primed to host the most spectacular Paralympic Games in our history. The combination of the planet's best para-athletes and the most iconic sporting venues ever seen at the Paralympic Games is going to be significant in engaging more people than never before in the world's most transformational sport event. Tomorrow, the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games will open in the incredible Place de la Concorde with a record audience of around 300 million people expected to watch from all around the world. The opening ceremony is going to be very, very special and will mark the start of 11 days of spectacular sport. Performances that will absolutely blow your mind. Competing across 22 sports, we have 4,400 athletes from a record 168 delegations. Covering all the sporting action will be yet another world record, 165 broadcasters from all over the world and a record 2,000 press. For the first time in our history, we believe every person on this planet will have the opportunity to engage in the Paralympic Games, whether it be through TV, online, social media, or radio. An expected cumulative audience of 4.25 billion people are expected to watch the 2024 Paralympic Games. With such an impact, with such tremendous global reach and coverage, the Games are going to propel persons with disability to be front and center on the global media agenda. Quite simply, we have a tremendous platform and an opportunity to use Paris 2024 Paralympic Games to make a significant difference for the world's 1.3 billion persons with disability, which brings us to today. With such an opportunity ahead of us, we wanted to do everything we could to leverage the Games to make a monumental difference. With the wonderful support of Gabriela Ramos and her UNESCO team, we have brought together in this room government representatives, esteemed members of the Paralympic movement, the private sector, stakeholders, and most importantly, of course, para-athletes. No matter which organization you are representing or which country you're coming from, we are all united by our love for sport, our passion for it to be a catalyst for social change and a tool to advance the rights and opportunities for persons with disabilities. We all in this room share a responsibility to advance the lives of the world's 1.3 billion persons with disability, who make up 15% of the planet's population. The collective brain power, knowledge, and expertise of everyone here is just remarkable. By working together, I'm absolutely sure we can make an unbelievable difference. Which is why IPC and UNESCO, we are hosting this forum, a first of its kind ahead of the Paralympic Games. By bringing so many great collective minds together from across different sectors, we believe we can innovate and harness the transformational impact of parasport. By all contributing to discussions and debates, I want us to identify what are the barriers for us in achieving our objectives and then want us to determine how we can work together to tackle them, find solutions, and advance our collective responsibility for action. I hope by the end of the day we can leave here more informed and more ready than ever to take on the shared responsibility we have to advance the inclusion of persons with disability. Let us use the platform of Paris 2024 Paralympic Games, of the Paralympic movement, to show there is strength in difference. And through this forum, let's work together to make a monumental difference. The IPC, the Paralympic movement, we are the most transformational sport event and transformational sport movement that exists on this planet. With partners such as UNESCO, we will make a tremendous difference. This is a commitment from the Paralympic movement to change the world through parasport, to build a more inclusive society, a more inclusive world. Thank you very much. Thank you. Gracias a todos.
Obrigada. Thank you, President. We are all looking forward to those Paralympic Games, and not only to cheer on my incredible fellow Paralympians, but to witness the impact and the lasting legacy that they will leave for Paris, France, and the rest of the world. Now we'll watch a short video that will showcase what we want to achieve, harnessing the power of parasport as a vehicle for inclusion.
From the moment it all began to today, the Paralympic movement has been about more than sport. Our actions on the track, on ice, on the court, and in the pool have created change in classrooms, in cities, in workplaces, and on the world stage. We've always dreamed big, but now our ambitions are even bigger. We want sport to be a catalyst for change, for a more inclusive world, where everyone can move easily, has equal opportunities, and diversity is celebrated.
The great success of the Paralympics has shown that disabled athletes are just like any other athletes and should lead to disabled people being accepted as full members of society.
When you see what we're achieving here, imagine what else we can do out there. So what are we waiting for? Change starts with sport.
Change does indeed start with sport, and we're going to move now on to our first session of the day. And for that, I am pleased to introduce Christina Malloy, Chief Membership and Impact Officer of the International Paralympic Committee, who will be moderating the discussions around the power of parasport and physical activity. Woo. I think this is your chair. Have fun.
Thanks so much, Liz. And hi, everyone. Welcome today. It's so wonderful to be here and see so many familiar faces. We're only one day ahead of the opening ceremony for the Paralympic Games, which is pretty incredible in and of itself. And so today, our discussions are going to focus not only on the power of what we're about to see at the Paralympic Games, but also why it's so important to ensure that there's greater access for parasport and for physical activity for persons with disabilities. Both UNESCO and the International Paralympic Committee have been working to build bridges through sport, from grassroots to high performance, from playground to podium, advocating for increased participation of parasport at all levels. Unfortunately, as so many of us know here within the room, there are still far too many barriers to participation in sport. We learned that last year, here within France, only 1.4% of all sport clubs claim to be able to welcome persons with disabilities. And I know that this isn't only the case here in France. Unfortunately, that's the case in so many of our own communities and so many of our countries represented here today. So it's in this context that the National Paralympic Committee of France saw that as an opportunity to work closely with Paris 2024 and tackle this significant challenge of creating greater access and inclusion within the sport clubs here across France. And so to kick off this first session with our first Impact Talk, I'm thrilled to welcome to the stage Marie-Amélie Le Fur, French Paralympian and President of the National Paralympic Committee of France.
Hi everyone, it's a huge honor to be in here with you to talk about the impact of parasport. And as I will continue in French, I give you a few seconds to put your headset. It's okay for you? Okay. Starts with sports. Un mantra qui est bien connu.
This is a slogan you all know very well. This is a slogan that embodies the vision of the Paralympic Committee and which basically sums up my life. Sport, to me, was a driver of self-determination, discovery, and understanding. And that belief that sport can be a true driver in your life when you are a person with a disability, that conviction had an impact on how I lead the Paralympic Committee. My ambition was to provide greater opportunities to practice a sport for persons with disabilities in France, and the 2024 Paralympic Games helped us catalyze that vision. I had the ambition to create a world of sports that was more accessible, that was more diverse, and that was the reason behind creating the Club Inclusif, or Inclusive Club Initiative. Now, why did we come up with that? Well, because we noticed that there was a lack of opportunities in communities for people with disabilities. And we used two data points to come to that conclusion. First of all, the number 1.4%. Only 1.4% of clubs in France just a few months ago said they were in a position to welcome a person with a disability. And with a few months up until the Paralympic Games, that was unacceptable. And the second data point was that of 50 kilometers, because on average in France, a person with a disability needs to commute 50 kilometers to find a club where they can practice their sport. And so we really wanted to provide opportunities to practice a sport in communities for people with disabilities. A range of opportunities that could align with their needs and the type of sport that they wanted to practice. We wanted the fact of practicing a sport to not be left to chance, to a chance encounter for a person with a disability, but to really be a part of the French model. And so we try to understand the challenges. Why couldn't these people with disabilities have access to their local club? Why were these clubs not able to welcome a person with a disability? And we realized that it was actually down to fear, the fear of not being able to do it, the fear of not understanding the disability, the fear of not being able to hear these people. And that is why we developed an awareness building program, a training program for the trainers, the volunteers, for the coaches, all those who work within these clubs. And that training program was something we developed with two federations in France. And we wanted to include all types of disabilities, motor, sensory, intellectual, so that all persons with disabilities could be a part of this. And with our Ministry of Sports, we started with the Paris region, but later on we rolled it out across France, and by the end of the 2025 season, we want 3,000 clubs to be ready. Now, what does it all entail? As I said, it's about raising awareness locally. It's a 3-day training program where they are taught about disabilities, where we answer the club's questions, and we really guide them through the process. It's not just a one-time training and then they're on their own. We work with them for 6 months. We work with the trainers to make sure that they are, in fact, able in practice to work with persons with disabilities. And that means obviously reaching out to persons with disabilities. So once again, we work with these 2 specific federations that have an understanding of disabilities and are able to convey that to the new federations joining the Paralympic movement. So we're working with 12 clubs, and we wanted to have different types of sports. Again, at the community level, we wanted to create a network of clubs that are open to para sports. And so when you have a para tennis club discussing this matter with a para swimming club, for instance, that creates dialogue. They can share best practices and tips, and so they can grow together. Now, where do we stand 1 year down the line? Well, actually, we have 1,500 clubs today that are a part of this program. We're still aiming for 3,000 by the end of the 2024-2025 season. This was a complex year because, the first year, that is, because we had to convince these regional authorities to support us, including financially, because we want the program to be free for local clubs. We also had to convince the federations that this could be a force for good, and that it was actually not a problem, but part of the solution. And so we were able to work with 84 federations, while only 48 are a part of the Paralympic movement. So you see that we were able to involve a range of federations and players. Also, we were able to take action at the local level with regional authorities, with policymakers, with public stakeholders. And this Club Inclusive program gave them a tool to drive change at the local level alongside and for persons with disabilities. So that's what Club Inclusive is all about. The 2024 Games for us as a host country, as the host committee, was a true catalyzer of change. It helped us build networks, meet new types of stakeholders so that we may continue to change the lives of persons with disabilities through sport.
Merci énormément.
Thank you very much, Marie-Amélie Le Fur. That was a fine example
Of what's possible, and an example of something that so many of us can implement within our own countries and our own communities. So now I'm going to turn to you, the audience. Maybe you thought you could sit back and enjoy, but no, we're going to engage you in this process, and we'd love to hear from you. So I would invite you to capture the QR code up here, and we're going to have some polls today that we would love your contributions. So I'll give you a moment here. We also have some of our staff and volunteers on the side. So if you need any assistance to be able to capture the QR code, just please raise your hand and we're happy to help you. And then throughout today, we'll be asking you questions that will center around both identifying the barriers and also focusing in on the call to action and recommendations. So what I'd like to do to start with our first question is have you answer, what is the most significant barrier preventing persons with disabilities from participating in parasport? And this is an open question, so feel free to contribute. Again, it's identifying what the most significant barrier is to persons with disabilities participating in parasport. And as we're giving you a few moments to capture your answers, I would love to welcome up to the stage here with me our panelists for the very first session. So if our panelists can join us at the stage, I'll introduce first Vasilis Kalivas, who's the Sport and Education Manager of the Hellenic Paralympic Committee. Let's give him a round of applause. And then we have Michelle Laflamme, who is World Para Ice Hockey Senior Manager. Next is Ludivine Munoz, who's a Paralympian and head of Paralympic integration for the Paris 2024 Organizing Committee. And finally, join me in welcoming Jung Ho Sung, who's a founding member and director of the BDH Foundation. Welcome to all of you, and thanks so much for joining us. Now, what I'd like to do is see the results of the poll. Let's see what was identified by the audience as the most significant barriers. This is our first test. Here we go. Okay, I'm going to call out some of these words since they are a little tiny up there. I see that one of the biggest, which means it was also included by the most people, is accessibility. Also infrastructure, access, fear, information, physical barriers, opportunity, transport, information, equipment. There's some great examples up there. So what I'd like to do is just get some comments from our panelists on what you see and hear in terms of what's been identified. So Vasilis, I'm going to start with you. What do you think is the most significant barrier, or do you have a comment about those that are being identified?
Thank you. Thank you. I would agree with Marie-Amélie, and one comment that you mentioned during your presentation, Christina, that 1.4% of the clubs believe that they are not able to accommodate people with disabilities to do sports. And I would say that the biggest barrier is that this is a perceived incompetence. This is not a real inability. Because Olympic and Paralympic sports, they are by and large the same thing. And I would say 90% of the components are identical, and even technically, I mean for coaches, for officials, and for sports scientists. And there's a 10% differences that can be very easily adopted. And so these people should not feel that they're not able to accommodate people with disabilities, because they already have the knowledge and the know-how of sports. And this is 90% baseline ready for Paralympic sports too. So I would say that training to these people, not to learn new skills, but to believe and know that what they apply for Olympic sports can be applied for Paralympic sports as well, and they can just train for the 10% of differences that they need to adapt for their techniques. So I would say perceived incompetence is a barrier that makes clubs believe that they are not able to accommodate people with disabilities, and that limits a lot the chances people with disabilities have to do sports in their region.
That's great, thank you. And I heard that too, and I saw it up there as an identified barrier is fear. So perceived incompetence, fear, and needing to kind of get beyond some of those barriers. Michelle, what about you? What's your reflection on what you saw in terms of the barriers identified?
Great, merci Christina.
Thank you, Christina. I just wanted to start by thanking UNESCO and the IPC for inviting us. I'm going to answer in English.
That's one of the main challenges that we've heard from a lot of our members in our sport is a lot of it unfortunately has to do with financing because of course it trickles down to anything, whether it is being able to purchase equipment or being able to rent the facility or being able to travel to events. Of course, a lot of our members do feel like that is one of the barriers that they have. Of course, there is something that has to be acknowledged in terms of facilities and also accessibility of venues. We are lucky in our sports that we have some venues that are accessible, but even then, one of the challenges that those accessible venues are not being made available to para-athletes. Those venues are accessible, but unfortunately they go to able-bodied athletes first, and then at the end, whatever's left in terms of ice time or availabilities then goes back to the para-athletes. So we have a situation where we have teams practicing at 11 p.m. at night because that's what is available to them. So it becomes more challenging for an athlete to be available because our athletes are not professional. They have jobs, they have families that they have to take care of. So in order to be able to train, they also have to rely on their community, their families to take over the house, take over maybe work, being able to rely on colleagues to help out while they go train at 10 p.m. at night, 11 p.m. at night, coming back at 1 a.m., but still needed to be in the office at 9 a.m. So really having the support of communities in making the venues available to the para-athletes would be very key in making it, allowing us to grow the sport, I would say.
Great, thanks, Michelle. And Ludivine, same question for you around reflections on the significant barriers.
Hello, everyone. I'm sorry I switch in French to be sure that I am more precise. Pour moi,
I think there are two things I'd like to say. I completely agree with what's already been said about accessibility, infrastructure, transport. But there's also awareness of what's on offer, that is having the knowledge that you can practice a sport regardless of your disability, and then finding the club. And then there's the behavioral aspect, and I was speaking to Marie-Amélie Le Fur about this earlier. Very quickly, it's easy to identify the people who want to practice a sport. And then there are the others who think that they can't. On a daily basis, they're supported with access to education, access to health, and this is an additional step when it comes to physical education, and especially when it gets competitive. And if you look at a teenager, for instance, even a non-disabled teenager needs that extra push to practice a sport. And so sometimes people are reluctant to push a teenager with a disability to get out there and practice a sport, to outperform themselves. Very often we feel so much empathy that we just don't dare to give them that push. So it's a behavioral thing we need to change. Sport is a great thing for all, and it's particularly good for people with disabilities because it develops their physical abilities, but also helps them feel included in the group and gives them self-confidence.
So true that we see the data that shows us that typically the percentages of persons with disabilities physically active is usually significantly lower than the rest of the population. So it's a very important point. Jung Ho-sung, can I ask you as kind of a final reflection on the barriers?
So from my country, I think the most significant barriers are social prejudice and accessibility. People with disabilities are often referred as hidden people in Korea due to the social prejudice, forcing them to live in the shadows, deprived of basic education and medical care. Lack of place for sports facility for disabled people, also the main reason for the barriers. Even disability people want to play like sports, participate in sport. There are not many places to start in Korea. So in Korea, because of the success of Pyeongchang 2018 Paralympic Games, our government pledged to build 150 Bandabi Sports Center. So individuals can train together with disabled and non-disabled people can play together. As of now, about 100 centers are already in progress. These centers will play a crucial role in promoting social inclusion through parasports. Parasports have the potential to bring about positive change. Through the parasport, people with disabilities have begun to emerge from the shadows, engaging with the society and earning respect in Korea. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So those are also really critical points around tackling stigma, but also having access to facilities and sport facilities like the Bandabi Centers, which are an amazing legacy of the Pyeongchang Paralympic Games. So I'm going to come back to you, Ludivine, with a few more specific questions and ask you, Marie-Amélie obviously spoke about the importance and the opportunity, the great example of Club Inclusif. Can you tell us a bit more broadly about the legacy of the Paris 2024 Games and specifically how persons with a disability have been involved with that legacy?
Concernant l'héritage. As it relates to the legacy that has been prepared with these Paralympic Games, for the very first time in France, during the Summer Games, we worked alongside youth. Of course, the Club Inclusif, presented by Marie-Amélie, are important aspects for developing practice, but also there's knowledge in schools that parasports can be something that can be done on a day-to-day basis, and thanks to the Olympic and Paralympic Games, schools have really taken up these sports for all children. And when you have a disability, often you do sports in a wheelchair, and these allow you to have reflexes for later on to think about sport in society for people with or without disabilities. Beyond the physical practice, we have the 30 minutes of physical and sports practice that has been implemented in schools. This has been developed in centres and institutes for people living with disabilities. And to conclude, a lot of work has been done as it relates to access to equipment. It's important to be able to choose one sport without thinking about the cost of the prosthesis that one requires to be able to practice that sport. And so we have a lower VAT rate, and we hope that we'll be able to do something more significant in the future, and we hope that those prostheses for sports will be covered. But this enables us already to reduce the cost of equipment by 15%. So these are the first steps to underscore a dynamic in a country that is aware that the inclusion of people with disabilities in sport is very important. Thank you, Ludivine.
The ministers of sports and member states of UNESCO came together in a forum called the Ministerial Sport Conference, which is MINEP 7. And the ministers called on governments to strengthen their support towards major sport events around advancing the social legacy of these events and these opportunities. And so, Ludivine, can you talk a bit about the lessons that you've learned from these games, and how can we best leverage the Paralympic Games to act as this catalyst for change, in particular for persons with disabilities?
We spoke about the media coverage, which is one of the important aspects to demonstrate that everything is possible. This idea of things being possible and being feasible, this is part of the parasports. We've been working for 3 years to prepare these games so that we can give visibility to the sports disciplines. We also worked on raising awareness in the media so that they speak correctly about performances, records, and that they use the right vocabulary, and so that they forget the the main reason for a disability. A disability must be forgotten for a performance, and this is very important. It's important in our good practices to continue to give visibility to major sporting events so that there will be awareness. This will have an impact for athletes because with more visibility, they will have better partners, they'll be able to train better, they'll have fewer financial barriers. Then there are all of the measures that the state can implement to underscore the fact that now Paralympic Games are an event of a national scale. That is to say that regardless of decisions made in the future, this is something that will be available to all of the public, and that's a very important step forward. And to conclude, as it relates to other measures that can be implemented, we must also continue to work on visibility in schools, to talk about disabilities, to talk about parasports, to ensure that there is a continuity. And for me, the opportunity to host the Games in 2030 is a way that we can continue to promote this notion of inclusion through sport.
Changing the perceptions of the next generation with tackling schools and youth, but also the focus you mentioned on media, which we'll be talking about in more detail later today in one of our sessions. So wonderful examples, and great to know about the complement of all of this work that you and the rest of the team has been doing in and around the delivery of these exceptional games. So thank you. Now, Vasilis, I'm going to turn to you. The Hellenic Paralympic Committee obviously is here supporting a big delegation of athletes to compete at the Games. But what I'd love to hear more from is the work that you've been doing around the project called STEADY, which supports specifically young migrants as well as refugees with disabilities to have the opportunity to participate in parasport. And so what I'd like to ask you specifically is, what has this looked like? How did you deliver this project? And how can other national Paralympic committees and organizations do the same in terms of including such a vulnerable population, in particular refugees, but also with disabilities?
That was back at 2016. In Greece, we could not pretend that we could not see the problem of refugees coming at that time. So we thought that we are always at the Hellenic Paralympic Committee committed to use sports as a tool to include persons with disabilities in our society. So we thought that this is not something different than our mission, than our vision. And we decided to speak with the International Paralympic Committee and share our vision with them and ask for their support. They were very supportive. And so at that time, we started doing para-sports programs for refugees with disabilities. That was, for us, it was very rewarding because we saw in practice the motto of the Paralympic movement, that sports change lives. And doing this, we were able to give the opportunity to many of them be included in parasports. And the top of that was to see some of them competing even in Paralympic Games with the international team of refugees for IPC. So for us it was very rewarding, and the biggest benefit I could say they get for that, besides all the other advantages that sports give to people, is that they develop a sport identity that becomes strong and overshadows all other perceived or real feelings of discrimination or prejudices against them related to their origin. So it was a fantastic program that I encourage more NPCs to replicate and follow.
That's great, thank you. And yes, we have one of the athletes, Ibrahim, who is part of the refugee Paralympic team. So look out for him competing in Paris, who is based in Greece and has received support from this project. So it's another excellent example that we can see here in Paris.
Sorry to interrupt. We even had the first ever female refugee athlete in Tokyo, Alia Isa, that she comes from our project as well.
Amazing, great examples. And so the STEADY project is a great example of how national Paralympic communities or Paralympic committees are also doing this work at the community level to advance access to parasport. But unfortunately, as we know, there isn't the same level of recognition typically to national Paralympic committees as there are to their Olympic counterparts. And so that can sometimes create a further barrier in terms of access to resources and that equity of policies. So given that we have representation here from government, I'd love to ask you, what would you say to decision makers to encourage them to have greater recognition and support for national Paralympic committees?
I would say the answer to this question is think for all, but not in theory, but in practice. So, for example, to my perception, it should be a prerequisite that every state funding going to sports, to federations of Olympic sports, should have as a prerequisite that part of this funding and part of this budget should be used also for parasports, and this should be followed up during the process and taken care of. Also, besides the state funding, I would say that even CSR departments in private sector companies should have the same mentality. Olympic and Paralympic sports, let me say it this way, is identical products, but Paralympic sports has an added value also because it promotes inclusion, equality in society. So I cannot see the reason why a sponsor or a state foundation or a European foundation or a global foundation decides not to include parasports in their funding project. So yeah, I believe that this is the answer to that. We have the Olympic Refugee Foundation, which is very strong, and I think that would be a good practice that every project that they decide to support should have as a prerequisite that part of this project should address to people with disabilities and parasports.
Great, thanks Vasilis, and that's a great segue in terms of the importance of bringing multiple actors together to have support to parasport, which, as you mentioned, has an added value in terms of the benefit that it brings. So I'll shift over to Jung Ho Jung, who's here with the BDH Foundation. You're one of the founding members of the foundation, and this foundation has been investing in parasport initiatives, not just within Korea, but also worldwide, including in developing countries. So can I ask you why? What was the interest that you had in supporting parasport, and what have been some of the most positive outcomes of that investment?
So our foundation all-time favorite quote is, "The Olympics are where heroes are created, and Paralympics are where heroes are come." For a person with a disability, whether acquired or congenital, overcoming challenges and stepping out into the world as a national athlete is a profound inspiration and a heroic journey in itself. Even for those who aren't Paralympians, the value of parasport is unique in its ability to unite society. Parasports not only help reduce social health care costs by improving the health of individuals with disabilities, but also serve as a powerful bridge, enabling people with disabilities to live as equal members of society. Through the parasports, they can exercise, sweat, and connect with those without disabilities, sharing the same sport facility and experience. That's why we start for the funding for the World Parasport. So for the outcomes, there are 3 outcomes that we are very proud of BDH Foundation support. The first project was undertaken by our foundation was funding Marrakesh Para-Athletic Grand Prix to support athletes from African regions in their journey to the Paralympics. In 2023, we covered airfare, accommodation, meals, and participation fees for 30 athletes from 10 countries, and in 2024, about 39 athletes from 13 countries. As a result, over 10 athletes from countries like Gabon, Togo, Mali, Morocco, and the Republic of Congo have qualified it to the participate in Paris Paralympics. Additionally, I want to highlight Hub and Spoke program, which athletic development project in Vanuatu. Vanuatu is very far from the southeast part of Australia, a small island. As I told from the beginning, the Vanuatu people with disabilities are often referred to as hidden people, same. However, parasport have the potential to bring about positive change to the Vanuatu people. Through the parasport, people with disability have begun to emerge from the shadows. So 2 athletes from the Vanuatu are set to compete at Paris 2024. And we are hopeful that that participation will inspire further positive change in Vanuatu society. So moreover, we provided sports equipment and advisor for the first Accra African Para Games held in Accra last year. Although it was a very challenging journey to the Accra, witnessing the first ever African Para Games is a milestone for a continent that had never hosted a regional game event was incredibly rewarding for us. Last year, we were the main sponsor for the IPC Athletic Forum in Korea, held last year. So seeing 7 current and former athletes from 50 nations come together to discuss development of parasports was truly inspiring. The passion of these athletes was reaffirming our foundation in the transformative power of the parasports. That's the 3 outcomes, yeah.
Great, thank you. So wow, from Marrakesh to Vanuatu, back to Korea for the Athletes Forum, that's a lot of significant support. And it makes me think of the expression, it takes a village. Because as we all know, it takes a lot of parties and a lot of players to be involved and to provide this important support in order to do what we all do. Now, I want to ask you, one of the aspects of UNESCO's Fit for Life initiative is the intention to bring together various actors from different sectors. And so as a foundation, what would you suggest in terms of how to better engage other foundations or the private sector in supporting parasport? And how can we encourage them to increase their investments?
So to encourage their private sector and other foundation to participate this parasport, we want to do fostering more actions by ourselves. So to achieve this, we have several key initiatives in our minds. So first is expanding parasport. We plan to discover and develop new opportunities that will support the growth of parasport across all 5 continents. This includes creating programs that offer detailed opportunity for interaction and development in parasport. Second, raising awareness of parasport. Building an inclusive society requires greater awareness about disabilities. So we will support development programs and work tirelessly to raise awareness, aiming to reduce inequalities both domestically and internationally. Lastly, providing opportunity. We will offer sports opportunity for youth, women, and disabled with high support needs. Through scholarship program, we aim to empower these individuals, helping them gain self-reliance and access to the sport. By focusing on this area, we are committed to advancing parasport and fostering more action-inclusive world.
Great, thank you. And now I'm turning to you, Michelle. You lead and are responsible for the International Sport Federation for Para-Ice Hockey. And at the Paralympic Winter Games, this is considered an open sport, which means that both women and men can participate. However, we've seen that in the past Paralympic Winter Games, only 3 women have ever participated. So can you talk about why prioritizing development activities that increase participation of women has been a focus? And what barriers have women faced in terms of getting involved?
Yeah,
Yes, so for us, really, numbers don't lie. So when we look at the numbers, only having 3 women participate at the Games, it's not ideal. Like, this is not what the direction or the image that we want to portray. We do want to be inclusive. So we had to ask ourselves, how did it happen? How come we've only ever had 3 women? And to be honest, it came from, I think, good intention. I think our rule made it so that every single day I hear it. You know, when we try to recruit women or we try to get people on board to really help us grow the sports, a lot of the time I'll hear, we would love to help you, we would love to support the women, but since they're not in the Paralympic Winter Games, sorry, like we can't find the resources or the fundings. And then every time I have to say, well, actually, it's not that there's no women's tournaments at the Paralympics, it's that there's also no males tournament at the Paralympic. It's an open sport. So we've had that message go out for quite some years now, and then we had to really take action and consult with our members, try to understand where the problem stood. So we did consult with the members, and we've also realized that we were asking men why women weren't playing. So again, we had to go back to the drawing board and say, let's maybe change that and start speaking with women. So what we've learned from women is that they're trying, they are interested in the sport, they don't have the opportunity, they don't have the attention. So what we're trying to do is really guide them through the process and explain to them what needs to be done for them to be included in the Games, but we're also speaking with our members because the messages for them was, okay, once it's at the Games, we'll get the program started. And then we have to go back to them and explain that it's not up to the IPC. So it's not the IPC is gonna all of a sudden invite us and say, hey, all right, we're starting a women's program. It has to come from us. We have to push for it and we have to be eligible. There's a lot of things that we need to do. We need to have 8 countries in the world. We need to have 2 world championships. So we have to drive the movement, and we need to make it clear to people that it starts with us. So this is what we've been doing over the last 3 years, is really making sure that the women know that there's a place for them, that we're going to be working together to try to increase their exposure to the sport, to make them fall in love with the sport, so that way they can see themselves be represented, and then drive recruitment, drive development, and eventually we'll be able to make it onto the Games.
Great, thanks, Michelle. And I love how you said the numbers don't lie, because you've made remarkable progress over the past just over a year in terms of increasing participation. And I understand that the statistics have gone, this is a crazy number, from 0.01% of women participating in para-ice hockey globally to 19% participation worldwide. That's incredible success. So I'd love to hear, what is the approach you took to accomplish this? What surprises did you maybe encounter along the way? And what advice would you give to others here who would love to do the same?
For us, really the approach was, if you're familiar with the Field of Dream, the movie, that was our approach. It's build it and they will come. So we had spoken with our members. We knew that some women were interested. We didn't know how many, because it was hard to get the number. But just realistically, it was impossible that collectively every woman from every country had decided that no, they weren't interested in para-ice hockey. So of course we knew that there was going to be an interest if we could show them that we were committed into developing the sport and that we were going to guide them through the process. So the first step was to really make an event specifically for women so that they could see themselves represented and that they could feel comfortable and safe and welcome to try on the sport at the international level. So for us to go from not having any events to a world championships, we analyzed that we were going to have to guide them through a path, basically. So we created an event that is called the Women's World Challenge. It's a sanctioned event, but it's also a development event. So it's an international competition, international tournament, and we were going to do it as if it was a world championship, but just on a different scale. So we were able to announce it. We were hoping for as many athletes as possible. but at the same time, we were realistic in our approach. So if we were going to have 2 teams the first year, then so be it. It's 2 more teams that we didn't have the previous year. So we launched the event. Like I said, we were hoping for the best. We got 4 teams to compete. And what was great is that there was a big collaboration from the International Federation with the teams. We understood that it was going to be their first time traveling, their first time going through classifications, their first time registering and all the paperwork and the admin work. So we really guided them through the process. We did information session. We made ourselves available because they were going to be nervous, of course, because it's going to be the first time. So let's make the boring admin word part easy for them, because some of them had to get a passport for the first time. Some of them had to travel for the first time. So we tried to make ourselves available, and it was quite successful. We had 4 teams in the first year in Green Bay in the US. Last year we had 4 teams again. We're going to have the next event in just a couple of weeks, in a month or so in Norway, and we've already grown to 5 teams. So people are becoming ambassador of the sports. The biggest surprise for us, of course, the numbers are great. Now we have a better picture of what the landscape looks like, but it's the collaboration between the countries. We have countries like Canada, for example. They came in the first year, you know, being Canadian, ice hockey is their national pride, and they saw that other people had needs, basically. So they spent the whole year fundraising, gathering equipment, and then they showed up to the next event with a truck full of equipment and sledges, and they said, okay, Team World, which is a team that we put individual athletes together to compete who may not have a national team. They said, okay, so you're from France, take 2 bags back to France and then find two friends. Next year, you'll have more players. Japan, here's 4 bags, get 4 more women for next year. So they're all working together because we are looking at, making the podiums. That's always our goal. But those women specifically are looking at making history. They want to be the first women at a world championship. They want to be the first women at the Paralympic Winter Games in a women's tournament. So because of that, we're all working together at a community and not working against each other. So that's absolutely a fantastic surprise that really stood out from this initiative.
That's great, and I think that's a perfect way to close as well, is the fact that we're going to need to do this with collective action, and that we can't really advance these initiatives unless we bring as many people to the table as possible, and we support everyone in these endeavors, which you've all shown great examples of that today. So I'd love to engage the audience again. We're going to put up the QR code to hear from you around what you think is the key recommendation. And this one is going to be a multiple choice question so that you can help us in terms of identifying for the call to action, what is your key recommendation to ensure access and opportunities for persons with disability to participate in parasport and physical activity? And we have multiple options for you to choose from, which will be, the first one is around developing policies and laws that protect and promote the rights of persons with disabilities. The second is around increasing investments in parasport as a vehicle for inclusion. The third is around implementing inclusive coaching practices and trainings. And the final one is around increasing support to national Paralympic committees. Now, I'm sure many of you want to say all of the above, but we're requiring you to select one of those choices. We'll give you a few more minutes. And I think each of our panelists have given great examples for each of these in terms of why they're so important. And our intention is to include all of them within the call to action, but really identify where should we be putting our attention and our focus as we go forward. So I'd love it if we could see the results. Ah, interesting. Pretty close, I would say. So the first one that's coming in at 34% is to increase investments in parasport as a vehicle for inclusion. And then it's almost a tie between the first and third around developing policies and laws, and then of course implementing inclusive coaching practices. So it's great to see investment pop up as the first, because actually tomorrow when we have the ministerial session, this is going to be one of the main areas of focus and discussion, is around how can we increase and advance investment in parasport. And I think we've already heard some great examples. If anyone's looking for what to invest in, there's many examples to choose from. So I just want to finish by saying that these recommendations are key in shaping our actions going forward. So we have to remember that we all have a contribution to make in terms of advancing this agenda. And I'd love it if we could use the upcoming Paralympic Games to not just celebrate the athletes, the successes, the moments that we're going to celebrate, but also put yourself into the picture. What is your individual responsibility towards this wider aim? And how are you contributing to advancing greater inclusion for people with a disability to participate in sport and physical activity? And for the government representatives in the room, I think we can be really proud to see what the National Paralympic Committees have put into contributing to these athlete successes that we'll be watching over the next 2 weeks. But it also challenges you to consider, if they've been able to achieve this with the many barriers that we've already identified, how can we involve ourselves and involve governments in a more significant way to ensure equitable recognition and representation of persons with disabilities and National Paralympic Committees in conversations around sport policy and also in investment? We know that this is going to need action in many levels. We've talked about policy, capacity building, advocacy, and research. This conference is a first of its kind at a Paralympic Games, which is truly something to celebrate, and also contributes to the wider positive legacy that we're seeing of the Paralympic Games. So, before our panelists leave the stage, thank you so much for your contributions. I'd like to call you up so that we can have a family photo before we move on to the next session. Thank you.
Well, thank you to Christina. That was very insightful and lots of information there about the different things that can be done. So we'll move straight on to our second panel of the day on the topic of accessible infrastructure and equipment. As we gather today, it's important to recognize that promoting accessibility requires a comprehensive approach that covers the entire value chain. From policy making to implementation, every link in the chain plays a crucial role in ensuring that no one is left behind. Accessibility isn't just about providing and removing physical barriers. It's about creating an environment where everyone, regardless of their abilities, can participate fully and equally. At the Change of the Game Partners Forum, organized by UNESCO in July, one of the main topics of discussion was the importance of accessible infrastructure. We recognized then, as we do now, that without the proper infrastructure in place, our efforts to promote inclusion and equality will fall short. Infrastructure forms the backbone of our cities and our communities, And when designed with inclusion in mind, it becomes a powerful tool for empowerment. But it doesn't stop at traditional infrastructure. There is also a vital role for innovation. As we plan and build for the future, we must embrace new ideas to create spaces that are accessible and welcoming for everyone. Infrastructure is more than just bricks and mortar. It's the first step toward achieving equality and inclusion. As we gather together just one day before the opening ceremony of the Paralympic Games, I invite you all to consider the impact that the Games can have and the responsibility that they bring to urban development. These events not only bring global attention, but also offer a unique opportunity to reshape our cities and ensure that they are accessible to all. It is our responsibility to ensure that we build for the future. We do so with a strong commitment to inclusion, innovation, and equality for persons with disabilities at the core. Now, to continue with our impact talks, please join me in welcoming Ms. Suzanne Edwards, Head of Hosting Accessibility Standards at Airbnb.
Thank you. Oh, microphone's on, great. Thank you so much for having me here today. It really is a thrill to be here in Paris for the Paralympics. We've been in the Athlete Village for the last few days, and it has been such a privilege to be part of the build-up to the Games and seeing all the athletes prepare for this beautiful, beautiful stage in Paris. I truly believe in the transformative power of parasports. They changed my life. Growing up, sports were a big part of my life, and I played squash and tennis on university and school teams. I also picked up surfing and loved the thrill of being in the water and catching waves. But in 2011, everything changed. While working at a surf camp in Morocco, I was standing on the roof terrace looking out to sea when the top railing gave way and I fell about 30 feet and sustained a spinal cord injury. Suddenly, the body that had allowed me to be so active didn't work the way it used to, and this was incredibly difficult for me to come to terms with. For the first few years after my accident, I refused to try parasports. I thought that because I had been quite good at sports before, it just wouldn't be the same, and I just wouldn't enjoy it at all. But thankfully, my stubbornness subsided briefly enough for me to agree to give wheelchair tennis a go in 2015. And it only took hitting a few shots for me to become absolutely hooked. And when I was asked if I wanted to come back the following week and keep playing, I jumped at the opportunity. Playing once a week quickly turned into twice a week, then multiple times a week. And whilst I loved the physical exertion, for me, the best part was the friends that I made with other wheelchair tennis players. They had jobs, families, hobbies, and they were enjoying life. And spending time with them helped me come to terms with my accident. This also gave me newfound confidence to say yes to an opportunity that took my life in a direction that I hadn't considered, which was working for an accessible travel startup called Accomable. I had always loved traveling before my accident, and I had been fortunate enough to explore many parts of the world. But as many of you in the room are aware, traveling as a wheelchair user can be extremely challenging, and so this was a part of my life that I had to put to one side, which was very disheartening. Once I started working at Accomable, I absolutely loved the challenge of trying to make travel more accessible, and I really threw myself into the role. And in 2017, Airbnb acquired Accomable, which provided us with the opportunity to have a much bigger platform and bigger impact to help even more people with disabilities find accommodation that met their needs. This was the opportunity of a lifetime for me. In my role as Accessibility Standards Lead at Airbnb, I work with teams across our company to set and execute our overall vision and strategy to make our platform, community, and ultimately travel more accessible. I'm incredibly proud of the work that we have achieved over the last several years. Some of our product innovations include our accessibility search filters that allow guests to search for homes that meet their specific accessibility needs, like step-free access into a home. Our accessibility review process, where we require hosts to provide photos to confirm the accessibility features that they add to their listings. And my favorite thing, our adapted category, which is a collection of unique homes around the world, including cabins, villas, and even tree houses with accessibility features that we have confirmed via 3D scans. We believe that giving guests detailed and accurate accessibility information and photos of accessibility features empowers them to book with confidence. And my sincere hope is that we are making it easier for people with accessibility needs to experience the magic of travel on Airbnb. Like travel, sports can open up the world, meeting new people, experiencing new places, and connecting across cultures. And each new experience helps us build confidence. And that's what sticks in my mind every time I'm presented with an opportunity. I will almost always say yes to an opportunity because you never know where it'll take you and what doors it might open for you. And I even said yes to trying adaptive surfing for the first time. And it's led me to finding so much joy in catching waves again, and I'm now a proud member of the English Parasurf team. And looking around this room, I'm so excited by the potential we all share to improve accessibility and inclusivity. The actions we take, the investments we make, and the policies we advocate for could be the thing that allows someone with a disability to have the confidence to say yes to an opportunity that changes their life. So thank you to UNESCO and the IPC for bringing us all together, and I look forward to the meaningful discussions that we have today.
Much to Suzanne, and I think it's just a great example of how important it is to have lots of different voices at the table when it comes to accessibility to maximize people's experiences. Before we dive into the insightful discussions that will follow from our esteemed panelists, we want to keep you actively engaged and get your opinions. So if you could contribute to shaping the outcomes of this conference, because that's when the magic happens. As we did with our first panel, you will now have a QR code on the center of your screens. So if you can, simply scan it, and it reads as the following question. What do you believe is the most significant barrier to improving accessibility in sport infrastructure for persons with disabilities? Once again, if you need any assistance with the QR code, oh, it's gone already. Then I don't know if we can get it back. Can we get it back? But just in case anybody needs a few more seconds to get that QR code, thank you, team. It's open-ended, it's not multiple choice, so please feel free to write whatever you think appropriate, because your input really is invaluable, as we heard from Suzanne's first-hand experience there. So while those answers keep coming on in, it is my pleasure to welcome our next set of panelists. First up is Lamir El Arraje, Deputy Mayor of Paris in charge of universal accessibility and people with disabilities. Janae Ingram, you can all come on up if you wish. Janae Ingram, Director of Community Partner Programs and Engagement at Airbnb. Eliana's already come along, so you can tell the athlete, they just come straight on up. Eliana Rodriguez, let me start that again. Eliana Rodriguez, Paralympian and IPC accessibility expert. And then Mizel Conrado, Paralympian and President of the National Paralympic Committee of Brazil. I think that's my chair, but I will go somewhere else. Are you okay if I go in the middle? I'll go in the middle. I think I was supposed to go there, but it's okay, I don't mind. How are we, everyone? We'll just wait on Zal. Obrigada, thank you, merci, gracias, that's all I've got. So, so we'll look at the results of the poll. We've skipped along again. Sorry, team. Can we just, we want to look, we're going to start as we mean to go on. Bomenzel? We're good. So now I can't actually see the screen. My eyes are not good enough. So, but again, quite often there's a theme of funding and investment. Money always plays a part, but I think the other important things to look at there are the awareness and the understanding that and I think that it says a lack of interest, but often that goes into what understanding and access is. And like Suzanne was saying, she didn't know what parasport was. So that awareness which comes from funding is so important. So we'll go with those. We'll stick to investment and funding and awareness, if we wouldn't mind. And we'd like to hear from each of you, if you agree with the audience, if you've got any additional experience based on your own expertise, because you've all worked in different areas, what is still missing in order to enhance accessibility, particularly in the sport ecosystem. So, Ileana, if you don't mind, we'll start with you. You've all got 1 minute to answer this question. Sorry to put you under pressure. Good luck.
Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure to be here. And I 100% agree with the audience. Oftentimes, investment is overlooked in terms of accessibility. We only think that investment on accessibility benefits a few people, as we oftentimes hear. But in reality, accessibility really improves the life of everyone. Because if we look around, at some point we were kids, and when you're a kid, you benefit from a lot of accessibility, and when you're old, most likely you will benefit as well. So investment becomes crucial, and I think awareness is huge, because oftentimes it's assumed that people with disabilities are not capable of doing certain things, and it's a lack of awareness. And also in the design world, which is the world that I navigate the most, you see a lot that there is a lot of assumptions. You build a ramp, and we consider this accessibility. And there's much more to that. So I think that we have to build awareness on the people that work in these spaces, but I think in the design world, we talk very little about accessibility. If you go to colleges and university, this conversation is very poor. There is not enough out there, and I think that we have to improve that. This has to come to the table, because it's the only way to have both awareness and investment happening at some point. And it has to happen in every building. We don't have to wait to fix it, basically.
No, absolutely, they go hand in hand. So, Janae, have you got anything to add to Eliana's point?
Yes, I saw investment up there, and I think that that's one that I would like to call out. It's not just, I think a lot of times when we think about investment, we think of financial investment, but it is also an investment in time and an investment in research. For Airbnb, having accessible listings is a priority, and it's something that we have really been proud to invest that time, that money, and the research into building what's needed for events like the Paralympics and like the Olympics. And so investment is one that I think is important to acknowledge in the many facets that it exists.
I think that's an excellent point, because people do think of money when they talk about investment, but that's only part of the game, isn't it? So, Lamia, I don't know if you've got anything to add?
I completely agree with what the other speakers have said. And what I also saw in the poll, if I had to sum things up, I would say the true question is there a political will? And that's what we tried to do with Paris 2024, is how do you define universal accessibility? That is to say, our role as policymakers is to allow each and every person to receive the same opportunities, whatever be their starting point and whatever be their barriers, be they physical, social, or intellectual. And how do we make changes to ensure that it's the environment that's adapting and not people who are adapting to an environment that is hostile by nature? And I think that definition is an opportunity for the Paralympic Games, and they helped us embark on a revolution. We were able to invest 125 euros in the city of Paris. We were able to make ground transport accessible in Paris. 95% of the city's infrastructure as well. But in order to do that, you need political will.
Sometimes change comes out of necessity. And that's where the Paralympic movement has such an impact, because you can't come to a city and then not be able to access things. So, like you said, they're all adding points. And then, Mazel, have you got anything to add, particularly with your experiences?
Bem, Liz...
Yes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues on this panel. First of all, allow me to say how happy I am to be a part of this event. I'd like to thank UNESCO and the IPC for inviting me. I'd like to add as well that policy that recognizes the rights of persons with disabilities was something absolutely fundamental in our country. From 2006 with the UN Charter, and now we have a large number of countries that have ratified that document. But unfortunately, policy doesn't always follow on from that for many reasons. First of all, some people have quote-unquote old school ways of seeing things. They don't believe that infrastructure can be made accessible. Second, sometimes accessibility is not a priority for governments. And third, in a number of countries, people still struggle, as we saw this morning, when it comes to finding funding to do the renovation work for accessibility.
Investing in understanding, aren't we? Because a lot of the time we don't understand what's required. And I think that the points you've all made are investment goes further than just what we know and what we think and what we're comfortable with. So, and I know that you've all got excellent points to add. So we'll start with you, Ileana, if you want. And I know that you've contributed massively to the accessibility guide for the IPC, which supports those host cities so that it isn't so scary for them to get involved in things. And so not only the sport venues, but the public spaces, so that we can appeal to the fans and the experience that they have. So could you tell us more about what that guide involved and the importance of engaging with people with disabilities rather, in the planning of it, and not just having it written by someone who thinks they understand?
Yes, I would like to start that the Accessibility Guide was a document created many years ago. And I had the opportunity to update it and work on the update of this great document. And the purpose of this document is to bring our standards from all of the learnings that we have from the IPC in all of the Paralympic Games that we have involved with, to bring accessibility to a different level. When the Paralympic Games land in any country, every country has its own regulations. Sometimes the regulations exist, but there's no implementation. So there is a big gap, and it's going to be even a bigger gap between what is required for the Paralympic Games, because we have a population. Oftentimes the guidelines in all the countries are designed for 5% of the population. But if you think of the Paralympic Games, we're bringing you a population much larger than that. We go to 70% of the people participating might have a disability. So that changes the game completely, because you're going to have people in any area at any given point in time needing accessibility. So this is what real inclusion should be about, that we can show up anywhere and there's going to be a way and there's going to be an opportunity for you to participate. So it's the main goal of the Accessibility Guide, and I think one of the biggest maybe accomplishment of this guide is what we were to do last year, that the EU, the European Union, accepted the guide as a standard for sports venues. So this is huge for us, because also in the sports world, there is not much, if you think of the field of play, not even in the most advanced countries in terms of standards and accessibility, they consider the field of play to be an area that has to be accessible, because we don't take para sports to that level yet, guys, please. So I think that this is the beauty of this guide that starts to bring the conversation to the table, that we need to make those spaces for sports accessible, so in the future, we can continue to change the life of other people, whether or not you participate on sports or not.
Yeah, I think that built really well on the point that Mizelle made about everyone's got policies and everybody's got legislation, but they don't always do enough to take it. So then it's how we build on that interpretation. So that leads me nicely onto my next question, because I think people are always asking the question, well, what can we do? We can't do everything, so if we work in the public sector and we haven't got endless pots of cash, what can we do? So is there anything that you would pick out as your main recommendation or an innovation that you've seen work in the work that you've done that people could take on board and implement?
That's a tough question, huh? You're putting me on the spot here. No, I think that probably I would go back and reiterate in the fact of education. I think if we educate more people to really understand what accessibility means in the world of infrastructure, a lot of things would change, and this could have a very strong impact in the behavior of people that work in these spaces or any program that you want to implement. Because if you don't educate whoever is going to build the space, whoever is going to transform the space, most likely, if you bring a program that you want to develop and you educate people and they were speaking earlier about coaches, and you were talking about how you can teach these coaches to train people when they go to the gym, when they participate in sport. Yes, but if the gym is not accessible, how are you going to make this happen? So you have to really educate those that are transforming these spaces to build better, to do better. And I think if you had that endless pocket of money, I would go there. And I think we have to start thinking of the public infrastructure. I always joke about this, but it's not really a joke. That I'm a taxpayer. Mm-hmm. Why am I not receiving the same level of service as other taxpayers? So our streets need to be accessible. There is no question about this. So I think that this is something that we have to also consider, how to get there, how to get to these spaces. There has to be huge investments from all cities. I don't think that one has it all right yet.
No, I think you're right. And I think the key here is everybody wants to do the right thing. Nobody means to be doing it incorrectly. And it goes back to that investment being that understanding, again, of what is actually required and what is needed by the people, and specifically people with disabilities, because quite often people are more scared to ask them because they don't want to get it wrong. But if you don't know, you've got to ask, haven't you? And I think, Lamia, you talked a lot about that sort of responsibility of the games coming here, and this expectation, and that huge investment of 125 million euros. And it has led to you being able to make big changes in terms of an accessibility revolution. So it's not always easy, is it? You can write it down, but it isn't always easy in practice. So can you talk us through the challenges or the practicalities and what that project has looked like for you?
It might be difficult in 5 minutes. When Paris submitted its candidature to host the Paralympic Games for the first time in France's history, for me, what was important was for this to highlight the legacy of the Games. We wanted to highlight a change when it comes to hosting events at that scale, and we wanted the Games to be energy efficient and that would have an impact for Paris. And so we worked on 3 aspects: the social, ecological, and universal accessibility aspects. And based on that, we thought about how we could start this cultural revolution. And there are several answers to that. The first is investment. What are we prepared to dedicate as funding to allow for this accessibility? Then there's the issue of the definition. How do we build universal accessibility? It was mentioned earlier on. We often think of it of just installing a ramp and that will be it. Well, it's a bit more complex than that. How can we involve those that work for the city of Paris, bus drivers, individuals, associations, to take them along with us? And then how do we see our practices? And so what we did, we tried to work with people with disabilities to include them on panels so that they could accompany us, so that we could test the infrastructure that we were implementing. And then we also worked on access to buildings. How can we make buildings more accessible for persons with reduced mobility, for those who are hard of hearing, with visual impairments, and those people that suffer from invisible disabilities as well? And so, building and ensuring that our buildings are constructed that in a way that makes them accessible. This requires a lot of innovation. We built the La Chapelle Arena, which is at Porte de la Chapelle and is a good example of accessibility. But when you rehabilitate infrastructure, how can you think of the experience for athletes with cloakrooms, toilets, showers, but also for those users that attend in a wheelchair and that want to watch a sporting discipline, and so that they can be accompanied by someone they know, and so that they could also have the best possible experience? Buildings also involve the people who work in the buildings. How do those people welcome people with disabilities? So we had to train all of the agents in the city of Paris. The city of Paris employs 53,000 agents, so that's a significant number. Then how do we organize the public areas? How do we make it possible for those who have a visual impairment to travel around Paris? We installed 18,000 sound boxes that will play a sound and indicate when you are able to cross the road. And this enabled us to make the pedestrian crossings much more safe. We also have public toilets in front of municipal buildings. We've also made 80% of municipal facilities accessible, compared to 50% in 2022, and we hope to hit 95% by the end of 2025. Now, there is the issue of transport as well, and I hope that I won't speak for too long. So 100% of buses are accessible. 1,000 taxis are accessible to people with reduced mobility, and then there are a number of tramways that are also accessible. Now, inclusion. I think an inclusive society is a kind society. It's a society that is not naive, but a society in which we learn to be more attentive to the needs of others. And I think that this leads to a much more peaceful society, to the society that we know. So for us, this was a genuine opportunity that we wanted to seize. The work was fairly colossal, but we're fairly happy with how things have been going.
And I think you've highlighted that sometimes it's in the detail, isn't it? It's the little things that otherwise go unnoticed. So hopefully, to Ileana's point earlier, people don't feel like they're not getting the same experience, because it is those little things that no one ever thinks about. People think about the ramps and they think about lowering things, but like being able to go to the toilet in the same place as everybody else, or being able to cross the road independently is a hugely important thing. And I think for me, I know firsthand from my London experience, but I'm sure everybody here can imagine just how difficult it can be to tackle accessibility in a city as historic as Paris, because there's rules and regulations that like to get in the way. So I guess, what have been your key learnings and a recommendation that you might give to any future potential host cities? Because I think it can be daunting, can't it?
Well, first of all, I should say that when it comes to the city of Paris, I think that we have experience and savoir-faire that we're obviously ready to share. I think that if we're able to ensure that other cities can benefit from the expertise that we've developed, that's a win-win for other cities. So we're absolutely ready to exchange that knowledge. And I fully agree with what was said earlier. What we think in theory is good, that is to say, all of the regulatory texts, the recommendations that are issues, but then we have to look at what the users say to us. And we have worked with associations of people with disabilities that came and tested out the infrastructure. So they'll tell us, in theory, this is great, but as a user, it's not good at all. I'll give you a very specific example. We visited one of the 17 accessible neighborhoods that we have implemented for the Olympic and Paralympic Games, and I was with a person who was blind, and we had a great pedestrian area that was accessible to people with reduced mobility, and the person I was accompanied by said, "Oh, it's great what you've done, but I can't see. So how do I know that I'm at an intersection? How can I know this?" So you have to think, go back to the drawing board and think again. So the best advice that I would give is to take advantage of the experience of previous cities, but also to speak to those people concerned themselves, because they will be able to provide you with much more effective feedback. Sometimes they were angry, but they were rightly angry. And then also there is investment and political will. If there is no political will, if there aren't any elected officials that are pushing this forward with users, then we'll never get there. So we can continue to say, okay, we need a more inclusive society, but we have to put in the resources, otherwise the society will not be inclusive.
It goes to show how it all links together. And we've talked about education, but that exposure piece that comes from the education of just spending time with people that are not like you. And so often that exposure piece comes from getting involved with the Paralympic movement, right, which is where you come in, Janae. So obviously, as a worldwide Olympic and then Paralympic partner, you do have that exposure very quickly to what is required. And Airbnb has offered more than 1,000 step-free, like accessible apartments and accommodation options just in the Paris region, which would have been unheard of before, right? So how does Airbnb's sort of approach to providing those accessible and inclusive accommodations contribute to the overall experience of guests, do you think?
Well, I'll start and say that we are really proud of those 1,000 step-free listings. That is something that we really spent a lot of time, and going back to investment from the first question, investment in ensuring that we had that and we could support the goals of both the IPC, the IOC, the Paris Organizing Committee, and it also sort of ties into our own long-term sort of strategy of ensuring that people with a variety of accessible needs can find what they're looking for on our platform. And so this is work that we, started long before this moment, but it's been such an exciting thing to see come to fruition. Suzanne and her team have spent a lot of time working on creating the standards and setting a lot of the intention around our work. What I will say is it's been a journey. There once was a time where we only had one button on our website that basically said wheelchair accessible. And we know that that's not accessible, and it doesn't necessarily meet the needs of a variety of people, the very unique needs that someone might have. What may be wheelchair accessible for one chair user might not be accessible for another. And so it was important for us to go on this journey of creating really clear ways for our host community to denote what are the features that you have, so that people as travelers can identify the things that work for them, that meet their own individual needs. And that was part of a really big first step for our journey. The other thing that came along was accessibility review. And Suzanne and her team, again, have worked a great deal on this. We've built in partner engagement as well. And I think that this part is really important because someone can say, my place is accessible. They may think, I have no steps in my home. But when you enter the home, when you get to the front door and there are 2 steps, it suddenly changes the accessibility of the home. And so being able to take photos and really do a review of the accessibility features in the home to then sort of for us to say this home is accessible or not is an important part of that journey. And then the last is creating that adapted category. So having the 1,000 step-free listings for these games and in Paris, again, has been huge. We've had 500,000 guests book accommodations both through the Olympics and the Paralympics. And 100,000 of those are just for the Paralympic Games. So we know that we wanted to ensure that there's that opportunity. Within that, there's 300 homes that are in our adapted category. And the adapted category is a category, Airbnb is loving categories. It's a way to inspire travel and to create a collection of homes that you can look to that fit a specific theme. The adapted category is homes that have at least a step-free access, one step-free bedroom and bathroom. And so there's 300 of the homes here in Paris that fit into that category. So that's existing for the games, but it also provides an opportunity for people who want to travel beyond the games. And we know that Paris is a top city that people look for and search for. And so it creates that avenue of opportunity, and we're really excited about all of it.
Yeah, that again ties back in so nicely to what was said earlier about the fact that when you make changes for people who need them, that people can benefit long after that. And actually, sometimes people just have a better experience and they didn't even realize they needed it. So then on that, what would be your advice to other private sector entities that could potentially use major parasport events, not just the Paralympics, but other major championships as well, to integrate accessibility into their overall strategic initiatives?
Yeah, I can't speak for other companies, but I think for us, the thing that has really been the key to us setting this intention and really working on this has been to lean into the things that we know are our strengths. Accommodations is our strength. We actually, I'll say, we started as a company that was really leveraging big events as a way to provide accommodations. So this notion of, in a moment like this where you have hundreds of thousands, millions of people arriving, being able to tap into that and provide and meet the needs of a variety of travelers is something that we've really been proud of, and it is core to who we are. And so I think for other companies, it would be, what are the things that are core to who you are that you can really lean into and really expand to provide more opportunities for more people?
Yeah, and I think sometimes that's what other companies need and other organizations need. They need to see someone else has done it and seen the positives. So I know you said you were talking about your own experience, but actually that is really, really beneficial, I think, moving forward. So, Mazail, we now come to you. So obviously, under your leadership, the Brazilian Paralympic Committee, they've got that wonderful facility in Sao Paulo, and they've been supporting high-performance para-athletes and providing opportunities for persons with disabilities within the community to try and enjoy parasport at the grassroots level. Can you share an overview of the types of sport facilities that you've got there in Sao Paulo, because not everybody will have experienced them, and who are the key partners to your committee, and how you've engaged that support from them to enhance participation in parasports across the whole of Brazil?
Bom, primeiro, Liz, importante dizer que há...
Well, first and foremost, it's important to note that the sport development strategy, which has been implemented in Brazil, was developed thanks to the Paralympic Committee. The Paralympic Committee worked on significant competition for youth, and what we wanted to do was to ensure that we had inclusion at the heart of our mission. And so it was about including those people who are living with disability in society. And that is why we implemented programs that emphasized inclusion. And this is often done alongside our parasports activities. The visibility of sport is very important for the inclusion of persons with disability in our society. And so we implemented a number of programs. We organized a sporting event that takes place twice a year right across the country so that children can have their first contact with sport. Last year, more than 40,000 children living with disabilities took part in 119 cities. We created sporting schools, which are becoming centers of reference. So there are 72 of them in Brazil, and more than 7,000 children take part in these programs. We also created educational programs, parasports programs in schools, and we have trained more than 60,000 physical education teachers right across the country. And the Paralympic Centre was also key for the 2016 Paralympic Games, with 20,000 square meters, a meter squared accessible, and this is very significant for sport in Brazil. For us, it's akin to Formula One for the automotive industry. The Paralympic Games were the driver for sports at the national level. From 2016 until July 2024, there were more than 2,100 events organized in this Paralympic facility, which is a facility that functions in a fully sustainable manner. We measure CO2 emissions. We also have a facility which takes account of anything that is significant in this context. We have used the Paralympic Centre to train professionals and also to organise competitions, whether they be youth competitions or competitions for adults. We've also used these facilities to create a huge research centre on sport and health, and this has contributed to the development of parasport in Brazil. 90% of these centres of reference can be found in public structures or in universities, both public and private. We have a partnership with the Minister of Sport, the Ministry of Education, and also with universities, which are fundamental for fulfilling our mission. Our other big objective is to reach at least 10% of the municipalities in our country. And we hope that over the next 10 years, we will be able to continue to build these centres of reference in 10% of our country's various municipalities. So over the next 20 years or so, we should be present across at least half of Brazil, and we will have further developed this mission. Of course, there are many challenges. There are stadiums in Brazil where there is no access via ramps and where there are many obstacles. There are, for a country with more than 200 million inhabitants, it is a significant challenge to find adequate infrastructure for all stadiums. And this is why it is important to work with the local communities so that sporting facilities exist first and foremost, and so that they are also accessible to people living with disabilities. And when that isn't the case, well, one has to improvise, be creative with the existing facility, because, of course, we need to have adequate facilities, but in the meantime, one has to improvise and find venues that can allow sporting practice. And that is something that is very important, because the most important thing is to ensure inclusion thanks to sport. Thank you very much.
Busy. It's a hive of activity, and it just spreads around the country. And you've already talked about how the government have helped and the role and responsibility that they've played within the different municipals, and how you've partnered with the university. So thank you for that. But what would your advice be to give to those other NPCs looking to identify and establish more inclusive training and competition facilities? Because It is amazing, the centre in Sao Paulo, but it's absolutely massive, isn't it?
Muito obrigado. Eu sou suspeito para falar lá do CT, que realmente é motivo de muito orgulho.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm very proud to be able to talk to you about our experience. The first piece of advice that I would give is that it's important to understand the role that sport plays for inclusion. What's important in sport is to fully understand this aspect of inclusion. Secondly, there must be a systemic approach around the creation of a strategy that makes it possible to create opportunities of inclusion. And this must be done, obviously, with governments, with public authorities, because without them, it is impossible. And I think that the main challenge is to convince governments that sport is and must become a state policy, so that we are not subjected to changes in political ideas as governments change. Since 2016 in Brazil, we have managed to ensure that the Brazilian state, the public authorities, the various states and municipalities understand that sport goes far beyond a political project and that sport must be part of the state's policy.
Everybody here, and the great thing is that they're quite collaborative. Even though people are all coming from different areas with different experiences, there are some real key themes here in how we can harness sport as a transformative tool for the inclusion of persons with disabilities, not just for the 2 weeks of the Paralympic Games, but moving forward forever. That's the dream, right? So, but before we go and before we wrap up here, one more poll for you. But this one is multiple choice based on what you've heard. Are you getting a QR code? Are they getting a QR code, or have I just made that up? Yep, there it is. Woohoo! So the question this time is, what would be your main recommendation to ensure persons with disabilities have access to inclusive, affordable and accessible sport infrastructure, technology and equipment, based on all the wonderful things you've heard people say here in the last hour? So option A, increased investments in sport, physical education and recreation facilities. B, engage persons with disabilities in infrastructure design, planning and construction. C, require sport infrastructure to adhere to universal design and accessibility standards. Or D, stimulate innovation, research and investment on assistive technology. I'd like to have a prize to give you, but I haven't, so you've got 15 seconds to pick your answer. I need a countdown clock, that's what I need. Okay, I think we're ready to see the results, please. Oh, again, fairly even. That means you all put forward very good arguments. And I think it also shows us just how, when it comes to improving accessibility for people with disabilities, it isn't just a one thing that fixes everything. It is very much a collaborative approach, and we need inclusion to be at the core of everything that we do moving forward. So thank you all for joining us today and providing such incredible insights, but also supporting each other and backing each other up, because I think that was a great example of how if you do things properly, the magic can really happen, which I've said already. So as we move forward, we need to remember that it's important that we use diverse perspectives, because it brings a holistic approach. And then we can use these expertise to really influence change. But we also need to provide safe, inclusive, affordable, accessible, and sustainable sports and recreation infrastructure for everybody. We shouldn't be making do and that comes in line with UNESCO's Sport Charter. So it calls for a renewed pledge for increased financial resources. There is an element of money involved, unfortunately, but to support these initiatives and to demonstrate the social and economic returns on these investments, to get the right people to have input. And we can leverage advanced technology to enhance the design and functionality of sports facilities to ensure they meet the needs of all users. Back to Ileana's point, really, well, it feels like forever ago now, doesn't it? But you've started with an excellent point, so we'll finish there. So let's commit to continuing to work together to create those environments where everyone can participate and everyone can enjoy, and most importantly, everyone can benefit from the magic and the world that is sport and recreation. So before our panelists leave, in keeping with how the day's been going, Suzanne is going to come back on the stage for our family photo, and then we will be moving on. Here she comes. So, I don't know, do you want to, shall we go, if we come behind Mikhail, if you guys stay there, is that easier? Is that okay? Wait, I don't know where the photographer is. Mikhail, you can stay there. You can stay there. Para. Muito obrigado. Photo is direita. Are we standing up, sitting down? What are we doing? Yep. Muito obrigado. You were very complimentary of each other. Well done, team. We won't be hanging around too long. We will move straight on to our next panel. And they will all be coming up together. And this next panel is Persons with Disabilities, Holders of Cultural Rights at the Forefront of Inclusivity and Cultural Diversity. So if all of those panelists could please make their way to the stage now. Thank you.
Good morning, and welcome to today's third panel. Persons with Disabilities, Holders of Cultural Rights at the Forefront of Inclusivity and Cultural Diversity. My name is Rochelle Roca. I am very honored to be the moderator for this panel because we have 4 diverse and very experienced speakers who are going to give us new perspectives on this topic. And I want to begin by pointing out that culture and sport, if you think about it, really share many values. Values like access, values of inclusiveness, community, respect, and diversity. Across the globe, we are all watching with great enthusiasm on our televisions, on our social media, and on site, just how culture and sport together are being celebrated during these 2024 Paris Olympic and Paralympic Games. And also through the Olympiade Culturelle, which is a program that is enriching the landscape of the Paralympics with diverse and inclusive cultural events across the city of Paris. So in these next 45 minutes, we want to explore how culture is playing a really pivotal role in enhancing the inclusion of persons with disabilities. By challenging stereotypes, by raising awareness, shaping social perceptions, culture contributes to empowering people with disabilities and promoting policies and opportunities for them on an equal basis. The goal is really to advance rights and to advance visibility. How can we promote equality of full inclusion, real access to culture and cultural participation, whether it's from a physical or informational or attitudinal perspective for persons with disabilities? How can culture be a means of empowering people with disabilities to ensure that their human rights are being upheld and being respected? So we have our 4 panelists who are going to help us answer those questions. We're going to be speaking in English and French, so if you need your headsets, please listen to interpretation. Donc, je commence.
I'd like to start with Emmanuelle Marquier. She works at the Versailles Palace. She was in charge of the educational programs sector until 2018. She is a culture and heritage engineer, and in 2019, she was knighted under the Order of Academic Palms. Since 2020, Emmanuelle has headed cultural and educational programs at Versailles. Emmanuelle, welcome. Thank you. Now, the iconic Versailles Palace and Gardens are a World Heritage Site that millions of visitors go to each year. Not only is it an iconic cultural heritage and historical site, it is also a venue where concerts and performances are held, and today it is also hosting sporting events, Olympic and Paralympic events in 2024. Now, as the Cultural and Educational Programs Director at Versailles, could you tell us a bit more about these concepts of accessibility, inclusion, and visibility in terms of empowering persons with disabilities? And can you give us some examples, please? But we'll start with a short video, and then I'll give you the floor.
Could start with the video from the Château de Versailles, please.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for having me here today. It is an honor for me and for the Versailles Palace to be here and to say a few words. Of course, there's very much to say about accessibility, but this is a great opportunity for me to tell you all about this initiative and the tours that we organize for persons with disabilities in order to improve inclusion and accessibility. Now, last year we organized 27,000 tours for persons with disabilities at the Chateau, and for the last 20-30 years, the Chateau has been working hard to improve accessibility and visibility for persons with disabilities. So that means making the site accessible. Aligned, of course, with the regulations. And thanks to the support of our partners and sponsors, we have been able to adapt the site in keeping with the regulation. Throughout the year, we organize cultural programming with tours for persons with all kinds of disabilities, be it a psychological disability. We do art therapy. We also work with people who have reduced mobility. And so we can adapt the tours for them. And we also train our tour guides so that they too are in a position to welcome persons with disabilities. We have also set out a certain number of rules. We have smaller groups in order to account for people's needs. So we have groups that range from 4 to 20 people. And we have also adopted tools such as visual guides for the deaf or the hearing impaired. We also have video content. And in addition to all of this, we have developed a collection of booklets that are easy to read and understand for people to visit the site independently. So we have the group initiative, but we also have other initiatives. We also support people who are currently learning French, so that they too can be introduced to the history of Versailles. We also have a number of tools, such as the mock-ups that people can touch and engage with. And we also use tools in our guided tours. Our guides use these regularly. They use, for instance, smells, textiles, a range of tools that the guide carries along on the tour and that people can hold and touch to keep the sensory character of the visit, to make sure the tour is memorable and to really shine a light on the heritage of Versailles. Now, I talked about the chateau, but the gardens too are accessible. We have tours of the garden as well. It's a very big estate, 800 hectares of land, and a number of smaller buildings around the main chateau. And so that means that we need to remain involved on all these fronts. We also have a specific section on our website. We also have a dedicated phone line, as well as entrance H, which is accessible, and they can park in the courtyard of the chateau. So our agents are also trained in order to improve accessibility. And for the last 12 years, we have organized a Disability Week at the end of November, which focuses on inclusion. And it's important for us to make sure that a disability doesn't come with a stigma, and that everyone feels welcome at Versailles. Throughout Disability Week, we organize these tours. Our specialized guides lead these, and we also have partner organizations that we work with. We have 80 partners, out of which 17 are specialized in disability-related issues, and they work with us on these issues of accessibility. With them, we have developed tours in which members of these organizations can come up with their own workshops and tours. These are open to any visitor. And that week has been a huge success. And we organize a big event at the end of the week. Last year, we organized a concert in the Royal Chapel, and our partner organizations led that effort, and it was open to the public. It was a big success. And this year, too, we'll be organizing Disability Week, and it will end on a high note, but I can't yet reveal what that will be. To conclude, I wanted to come back to the video that you saw. It's a bit of a preview of something we're working on called Escale. Being a part of that initiative means that our partner organizations, our visitors can come up with an artistic project. And so actually we came up with a dance project with 5 choreographers to symbolize the 5 Olympic rings, as indeed Versailles will be hosting, has hosted Olympic events and will be hosting Paralympic events. So we really wanted to have that link, and we've called this a cultural Olympiad, or rather it's part of the Cultural Olympiad programming. And so a choreographer encouraged participants to really outperform themselves. And we had these workshops in the gardens, in the Trianon, in the chateau, different parts of the site, to demonstrate that this can truly be accessible to all and that everyone can give their best to the artistic project. Now, all of these choreographies were filmed because they couldn't all be performed. Not everyone was prepared to perform in public. This is something that came up in the course of the project. So the dances were filmed with their consent, and these short videos, they're 10-minute videos, we published them on our website. The choreographies were also photographed, and you can see these pictures in our gardens in the Bosquet de la Girondole in an exhibition, because after all, this is all about cultural and artistic education, and it's important to share this with visitors. So it will be on display for a while, and this project will continue over the course of 2 more years, probably in another part of the chateau, perhaps another type of art, and this will go far beyond the Olympics and the Paralympics. Thank you. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. That's fascinating. We see that you have very creative ideas. And I was thinking again about Disability Week, the work that you've done with the youth and dance, focusing on access to culture, including persons with disabilities. I just wanted to ask a follow-up question because there are many cultural venues and cultural institutions that would like to make progress on these fronts. So would you have recommendations for them, whether it's about funding or partnerships or changes in management or teams? What would be your recommendation to other organizations that want to do better on accessibility and inclusion? Well, my main recommendation would be to work with charities and organizations and to make sure that their leaders are at the heart of the project. Now, the special partnership status that we adopted 15 years ago is very important, because the partner or becoming a member of the project means that you have access to all of the tours, to all of the projects. And we believe it's important to take everyone's opinion into account, and working with them and with the public, we were able to move past the idea that it wasn't possible, and to come up with programming that is relevant and open to all, to share it all as well. So you need a community of partners, the general public, NGOs, so that together they can drive change and improve access and inclusion. Thank you. Thank you.
To move from a World Heritage Site to a museum. So I'll introduce our next speaker, Belinda Scully. Belle is the Access Manager at the National Portrait Gallery in London, where she champions accessibility across the organization and leads the development of project and resources. And we want to always emphasize how important resources are for people with disabilities. She has worked with leading arts organizations across the UK and Australia, including the Museum of Contemporary Art in Sydney, where she worked closely with underrepresented communities to co-produce inclusive and large-scale projects, and she pioneered Australia's largest youth arts event. Belle is a fierce advocate for the social model of disability. I love that terminology, the social model of disability, and she takes a person-centered approach to inclusion. So welcome, Belle. So Belle, in 2012, London hosted the Summer Olympic and Paralympic Games. And as with Paris, I think the sporting events were certainly a driver for cultural institutions and cultural venues to do more in terms of their infrastructure and to push more in terms of access and inclusion. So maybe starting in that framework, can you describe some synergies between culture and sport, or at least how this push for better access and improved inclusivity can actually advance the rights of persons with disabilities? And maybe you can also tell us some of the ways that in the National Portrait Gallery you made changes. What were some of the impacts of those changes, maybe the long-term benefit of these changes? So we'd love to hear from you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I'll start by mentioning the 2010 Equality Act, which became law in the UK. And this is an act protecting all people from discrimination and requiring public bodies to promote equal opportunities. The 2012 London Paralympic Games brought this law to life. It showed people what equality could actually look and feel like in action. So 2012 was a turning point for the UK in terms of how disability was represented, spoken about, and embraced. The Paralympics was covered by a main media channel, Channel 4, who ensured 50% of their presenters were disabled. Athletes' disabilities were spoken of in an inclusive way, and biographies of the athletes were shared, which highlighted the diversity of disability. The human stories captured the hearts and minds of people in the UK, mainstreaming disability in a way that felt revolutionary and breathtaking, shifting attitudes and perceptions. And as a result, the Paralympics saw capacity crowds equal to the Olympic crowds. The Paralympics created a powerful legacy, not just around sporting excellence, but it was a catalyst for societal change. And the impact is still continuing now. The changes that the National Portrait Gallery have made over the last several years can be indirectly traced back to the Paralympics and the environment that it created. Its legacy helped us view compliance as the bare minimum. We're aiming for best practice. We embrace the responsibilities that we have as a public and as a national institution. The responsibility of proactively educating ourselves about the barriers people face to accessing our provision, and the responsibility of doing everything in our power to remove or reduce those barriers. And to do this, we've transformed our way of working, moving to a culture of consultation, co-production, and collaboration. We work closely with access advisory groups, communities, and individuals, all with lived experience, to steer and shape our policies, practice, and programs. Across all levels of the organisation, the decisions we make are all made in partnership with our audiences. In 2019, we received funding from the National Lottery Heritage Fund to undergo a massive building refurbishment and organisational transformation. In 2020, we closed down for 3 years. And when we reopened in June 2023, we could now offer audiences step-free access, a changing places facility, new interpretation which focused on representation, diversity and inclusion, a broad range of digital and physical resources to enable independent visits and engagement, a dedicated program of events and projects for people with access needs, including deaf-led British Sign Language tours, tactile and audio-described workshops and sensory tours. In the first year after reopening, the impact of our new provision resulted in a 3-fold uplift of visits from people with disabilities. At the National Portrait Gallery, our job is to tell the story of Britain's history through the art we display on our walls. And this too is a huge responsibility. Paralympic legacy has helped us understand how important it is that our portraits represent and celebrate people with disabilities from both the past and the present. And in this way, we help shape Britain's future. We've got many portraits of Paralympians in our collection. They're displayed in our gallery, not only in honour of their individual sporting achievements, but in recognition and celebration of the part they've played in changing our world for the better. The impact of the 2012 Paralympics has, without a doubt, influenced the National Portrait Gallery's commitment to embedding access and inclusion into every layer of our work. And without the enduring legacy and influence of the Paralympics, I really believe that the arts and culture sector of the UK would be a very different landscape. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Belle. That's really interesting. It's great to hear how Olympic and Paralympic events, sporting events, can actually make us think and make us do better in terms of how we engage with persons with disabilities. And it's interesting that you made changes and you saw these changes not only in terms of infrastructure, but in terms of behavior. Behavior in the institution, behavior in your partnerships, behavior with the public. You've done so much. I mean, you closed the museum, you reopened it with all of this incredible infrastructural change, but like, where do you want to go next? What's next in making it better? Do you have projects in mind?
I don't think any organisation can say it's fully accessible.
Yeah.
So the work is ongoing, and there are always new technologies and new innovations to explore and new communities to partner with. So I feel like we've got a long way to go. I think we all do. Yeah.
Yeah, we can always get better, and we will get better.
Yes.
But you're giving us some really good models for others to follow, some good practices. Just a last question on, like, what is the still biggest challenge? I know you were telling me out in the hallway, like, you don't have a big team, you're doing a lot, you want to do more. Is your challenge in staffing? Is it in budgeting? Is it in outreach? Like, what? Again, I'm thinking of, for those institutions and museums who are out there trying to do better, like, what needs to be tackled?
I mean, funding.
Yeah,
Always.
Of course, of course.
But I think, yeah, changing attitudes, getting everyone on board, which I think we do really well. And I would say, yeah, ensuring that you're working with the people and making decisions about audiences, you're working with those audiences. You can't make decisions or make assumptions on anyone's behalf. That's the biggest problem I think organisations make, is thinking that they know best.
So you want disabled people at the table thinking about these programs and decisions and changes. Yeah, makes sense. Great. Okay, thank you so much. Now we've heard from two institutions, a World Heritage Site, a National Museum. We've seen their perspectives, and we want to now get the perspective of artists and artistic directors. Donc, je présente.
So now I'd like to introduce our next panelist, Hamid Alouche. Welcome. He is a diversity and inclusion focal point. He was a dancer for more than 20 years until he started working as a manager in the ballet section of the Paris Opera. In 2016, he became paraplegic and then decided to become a personal development coach. Diversity has always been very important to him, and in 2018, he started his own disability awareness program. Hamid, welcome. Thank you. Thank you. You're doing a great job. You are doing a great job, a good PR for me. Well, I've got a great panel here, so I have you to thank. Now, Hamid, access to culture and participating in cultural life on an equal footing are fundamental human rights and should be at the very heart of an inclusive society. As a dancer, as a teacher, what do you think would be the main ways to overcome the inequality that persons with disabilities face, in particular artists, and not only in terms of access, but also when it comes to visibility and opportunities? Could you talk about your own experience and your work? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your invitation. Thank you to UNESCO. I took part in all of the talks that took place, and accessibility was spoken about a lot. In culture, we have the same problems and solutions as exist in sport. However, I would like to tell you how sport helped me and the links I established between culture and sport. Before I began dancing, I was born outside of Paris in a suburb where I competed in judo at a high level. My father would take me every week, and at 14 years of age, he was transferred to the Bourget airport, and so we had to move, and there wasn't any judo. And so at high school, my friend was a dancer. He did jazz dancing, and he said, "Come along, we need boys." I wasn't so enthusiastic, and so I waited a few months to see a presentation of what they did. I loved it, and I started jazz dancing at 14 years of age. I became a professional dancer here in Paris after my high school diploma. I danced for 20 years. I was part of a number of different companies before retiring the stage 12 years ago to move into management. And in 2016, whilst I was a director at the Paris Opera Ballet, I had a significant health issues that rendered me paraplegic in just a few days. 8 years later, I'm able to stand up, I'm recovering, but for most of the time I'm in a wheelchair. I retrained in personal development coaching, and I started to raise awareness in companies to have an impact on people through a blind dance workshop where I place people in a context of blindness to demonstrate that just because you lose a sense doesn't mean that you are incapable. There is a vulnerability, and from that sparks creativity. Very early on, during these workshops that emphasized disabilities, I started to work with other minorities at the intersection of the areas that I have always lived in. So my social background, my cultural background, I'm from a Muslim family, and I came out as gay to that family at the age of 24 years of age. And so in addition to talking about disability, I think it's important to talk about age. I'm 54 today, and dancing at 54 years of age is a real challenge. I also wanted to speak about parity because I grew up in a family surrounded by girls, 3 sisters, and a very busy father, so the masculine presence was lacking. But still today I'm surrounded by girls. Everything's fine. Girls have always inspired me, and it has always been girls that have changed the course of my life. I fall in love with boys, but I can say with much sincerity that I am in love with girls too. 2 years following my illness in 2016, that is to say in 2018, I was called to take part in a project run by an English choreographer, and I couldn't imagine dancing again. But I was told, don't think about your disability. And so I said, I'm going to go for it, and I will roll around if I need to. And it was a big shock. I hadn't danced for 8 years. Since then, I accept all projects that are offered to me. I have a project which is called Dance Again, and I'm supporting a dancer, giving individual coaching sessions, but also working on prevention of accidents. And so I give talks at dance companies, in dance schools, and so this adds an artistic string to my bow. I collaborate with well-known, unknown choreographers that embody dance. So dance helped me, but sport also helped me, because if you had come to see me in 2016 and you told me that I was going to dance again, I would never have believed you. But it is because during my hospitalization, after 6 months, I discovered an activity on a beach in the Atlantic Ocean. And for the very first time in my life as a paraplegic, I realized that I could experience these strong feelings that weren't similar to that of dance, but still enabled me to realize that I was alive. And it had been weeks, months that I'd been pushed around and pulled, and then I saw this land sailing, and I saw the speed at which it was going. I felt as though I was flying. And so from that experience, I said to myself, I'm going to continue and I'm going to try new things. And when I studied resilience a few years later, I read Boris Cyrulnik. He talks about a very simple notion that we often forget. He says that resilience is when a being is under personal development, and then all of a sudden there will be some significant challenge. So not COVID or a sore throat, a challenge that will bring about chaos. And chaos is a situation in which you're not able to think for yourself. And that's where development is halted, and the person has to re-find vitality in order to recover some other form of development. And that's very important, because we think that actually resilience is just about bouncing back and doing what we were able to do before this challenge arose. But what Boris is saying is that there can be no resilience if this development does not come in another form. And what I realized, what happened with me, is that when I was proposed to dance again, I was trying to repair something. But when I tried something completely fresh, that is to say, this land yacht, instead of trying to repair something, I was able to be creative. And from that, as a dancer, as someone who wasn't very sportive, who had never skied, I understood what doing sport, practicing sport and other activities can bring you. I am doing sports today that I never thought that I would do before. Thank you. Thank you very much, Amid. I'm completely inspired, and I think the entire room is inspired by your experience, by your dynamism. What a story. So you're a coach, you're a trainer, and with this motivation, with your experience, everything that you've just mentioned, what message would you like to convey to artists and to athletes with disabilities? What would you say about resources, solutions, creativity? Can you give us your message? Well, as you will have understood, I am intersectional. And again, I'm going to talk about women. One day, in a higher education establishment, I was giving a masterclass on diversity and inclusion, and a pupil told me at the end of the class, do you think it's a good idea to implement quotas for people living with disabilities in companies in France? 6%. I said, that's a very good question. I'm going to answer with another question. If you take a look at a photograph of the French National Assembly from 50 years ago, do you think that it was a good idea a few years ago to impose, by law, gender parity in the National Assembly? And do you think it's a good idea when you compare that photo with a photo of the National Assembly from today? And then the answer is, well, actually, yes, it was a good idea to do this. In our country, so in France in 2024, we need laws, but we also need to pay people to check that these laws are enforced. That it's the same thing for accessibility. There's a law and there's a person that checks that the law is enforced and that issues fines to those that don't comply with these laws. Now, to come back to women, I think that for the LGBT community with the persons living with disabilities, we need to take a look at what happens to women and has happened to women since the dawn of time. The exchange of good practices must be done at this level, and that's why I'm optimistic. Just think about how many women there were at the Olympic Games a few years ago, or the Paralympic Games a few years ago. This year, this edition of the Paralympic Games is the first time that there is a gender balance. For the Olympic Games, we're not quite there for the Paralympic Games, but we're making progress. So we need to remain optimistic and take inspiration from the work that women have done to make progress in this way. But at the same time, we can be pessimistic. When you take a look at what is happening, it's something that needs to be worked on permanently. In 2024, in the United States, there are laws that are a step back in terms of what women are able to do with their bodies. There is a law in Yemen that tries to explain to women how they should behave, and there are just a few pages for men to explain to men which type of women they should seek to court. So that's where we are in 2024. So let's take inspiration from what has happened with women in terms of progress, but we should also take heed of the warning when it comes to diversity, inclusion, because as it relates to these two aspects, our work is never done. My dance workshop, I begin with a metaphor from Werner Warners, who is 10 years older than me, and says that diversity is it's about people who are invited to the ball. Be invited to the party. Inclusion is a photograph of the people invited to come and dance at the party. So beyond this, I think it demonstrates that diversity does not equal inclusion. Inclusion is the next step, and that is something that needs to be worked on permanently. And at the end of my dance workshop, when everyone takes a seat, I ask them, do you feel as though in your company, in your department, or on your floor, that everyone dances every day?
Va danser.
Great, then we will dance. Thank you very much.
That you spoke about law and policy in part of what you've explained, and so did Belle. She was talking about law and policy, and I think that's got to always be part of this conversation and part of our action. So with that, I want to go to our next speaker, who has come from Lebanon, and I present Hiba El-Zibawi. She co-founded Ishbiliya for Arts Association in 2018 and a great project called Terdad, exploring inclusivity in arts and culture. She is a cultural manager and practitioner who also serves as artistic director of Ishbiliya Theater and Art Hub in Saida, which is in the south of Lebanon. She oversees programming and organizing of cultural events, which include music festivals, performing arts festivals, training, film festivals, workshops. She's very young and very dynamic, and so we're very pleased to have you. Welcome, Hiba. The Terdad project in Lebanon has been underway during a period of, we could say it's a challenging crisis context, because in Lebanon, while we all recall the devastating 2020 blast explosion in the port of Beirut, we know that there's a dire socioeconomic situation going on, and yet your project has been working in these times, and it aims to foster reconciliation. It's giving more voice to young people, and it's promoting participation of persons with disabilities in cultural events. And in particular, your project is really widening the door, making it more open so that persons with disabilities can engage in culture and can enjoy cultural diversity, the cultural industries, and really exercise their right to culture, because we all have a right to culture. So we're going to see a very short project video, and then afterwards, maybe you could talk to us a little bit about the situation of persons with disabilities in the cultural sector in Lebanon, a little bit about whether there are policies in place and what are they. I'm kind of interested in this legislative policy practice with different countries. But also, we'd love to hear about how your project is also changing the stereotype, is raising awareness, is integrating persons with disabilities in society, and maybe changing some of those social perceptions. So first, we're going to start with the video, and then it'll be over to you. Sorry? I apologize. Due to time, well, it's on the screen, so we don't have sound. I apologize. It seems we don't have the moment for the video.
Okay.
But tell us about your project and tell us about the situation. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can all see the video on social media, UNESCO YouTube channel, and on our social media platforms. First, I want to thank you. I'm very pleased to be here among inspirational people like you all. Thank you. I really appreciate that you started with the blast, 2020 August blast that happened in Beirut, and that ruined a third of the city, third of the capital. And it left more than 800 to 1,000 people with some sort of physical disability. We do not have really an accurate number or an official governmental number that really states how many people are disabled because of the blast. But NGOs and civil society state that there are around 800 to 1,000 people had developed a certain disability because of the blast. And in this situation, and in a situation where our country has lost 90% of its currency value, the government doesn't really implement any of its laws regarding disabilities. We have a law called 2020 that was issued in 2000, and it's really well written, and it gives the right for people with physical disabilities and other disabilities to be involved in the cultural life and the social lives. It gives them their rights, their medical healthcare rights, but it's not implemented, and it's outdated because it was back then. Back then, it was really, they saw disability as a very one-dimensional definition. So this law is outdated and it's not implemented. And people with physical disabilities in Lebanon lack any protection or social support, any health support, and they are isolated either in institutions that are somehow like confinements, somehow like jails, that they are kept there. They're not really seen or heard, so they cannot really state their rights and their needs. As for the, and I would like to mention that people with physical disabilities in Lebanon make 15% of the population. Yes, and although this big percent, 38% of them are not employed, and 45,000 children with physical disabilities or any kind of a disability are not going to schools, are not attending any kind of education, are not gaining any kind of...
Unfortunately, the interpretation will conclude for this morning.
This is also a note that should be stated here because it's like a cycle. If children aren't educated, they will not be employed, they will not be active, they will not have the chance to vote, to choose, to be heard, to be seen. So yes, this is also regarding numbers and statistics. Yet again, these numbers are not governmental because government doesn't really have any specific numbers regarding people with disabilities. As for our project, this project was funded and supported by the UNESCO office in Beirut, and I would like to thank the team there. They did a call because they wanted to discover and identify the physical, the status of accessibility in culture and arts in Lebanon. And this was the first project that was ever done in Lebanon regarding accessibility in arts and culture. Because, you know, when you are neglected from your basic rights and needs, culture and arts become like a secondary privilege thing that we have no time to speak about that now. So the Terdad project aims to discover what means and tools we can work on as cultural institutions in Lebanon, and we work, sorry, in a totally different context than other countries work in. We have no governmental support. We have no really private sector sponsors that really support artistic projects. We mainly depend on our human resources as artists and as activists, and on other local, international or regional funds to implement our projects. So Terdad had 4 partners, Ishbilia, the place I represent, and Metropolis Cinema in Beirut, and Hammana Artist House. It's a village in Lebanon called Hammana, and Zuqaq Theater in Beirut as well, and Rumman in Tripoli. The events were held outside the capital because, again, part of the right of cultural rights is to decentralize the cultural scene from the capitals. So the events were implemented at Ishbilia in Saida in the south of Lebanon, and in Hammana Artist House as well. At Ishbilia, we focus more on the audiovisual filmmaking part, and we screened the other show. It's the only film that has ever been screened in Lebanon that is accessible. It's a Lebanese documentary directed by Maher Abi Samra, and he sheds the light on the people with physical disabilities in Lebanon, on their reality, on their challenges. And this is very important because usually cinema presents or represents people with physical disabilities either as if they are victims or they are superheroes. And they are none, really. They are humans that they want to be heard, seen, and well represented. For example, I remember I watched once a film on Netflix. It's called The Penguin Bloom, and I cried my heart out because I shared similar situation with the actress. We both have physical disability, and I felt that I'm seen and I'm heard. So this is really the role of cinema, to make us feel represented and to be seen. And on the other side, in Hammana, we've worked on the theatrical part, on the performing arts part. So we worked on a Zuqaq and Rumman in Tripoli, worked on a performing arts program, which was also inclusive. By inclusive, I mean, for the film, I mean there were audio description and sign language. You can find the audio description on a EarCatch application. This is an application that can be used for people with visual impairments in order for them to have the accessibility to watch films. And it included as well, the film included as well sign language interpretation. We also interpreted or transformed a film that is commercial, because we usually films about disabilities or addressing people with disabilities are only like very dark, straightforward films. Like, no, we need films, we need to see most various films we can. So we also transformed a film called Mahbas in Arabic into an inclusive film and it was also screened at Hammana. It's a commercial light comedy that has nothing to do with physical disability. This is, again, very crucial. The infrastructure of the cinemas in Lebanon isn't really accessible, isn't really welcoming. So this is another challenge that we can speak about. There is a guide that Aflamuna, an institution film company in Lebanon, produced about how can you make cinemas accessible. And part of that project, we produced another guide for filmmakers. How can they make a film accessible from the beginning? Because, okay, you might think that there is a high budget to do an accessible film, but believe me, if you want to do it after you finish the film, you want to do another version that is accessible, it's way more higher the budget will become. Yeah. So, please name any film that you like, that you love, and you want to share it with someone. If this someone has any kind of disability, he might not be able to watch it. So we believe that arts and cinema is a communication, and it's a bridging tool for people to communicate, to meet, to discuss. So if it's not there, we're missing a lot.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Hiba.
Thank you.
I apologize because we're short on time, and I don't think we have interpretation now at this point, but I really take the points that you've raised. One point being that it's not all in a capital city where these issues should be addressed. It's across the country. It's in more rural areas. We need to think about that. We need to recognize that policies need to change. There's got to be more behind our government, our legislation, and our policies. We've seen the different levels of how these questions are being approached in different countries. We want everyone to have a high expectation to raise the bar. I think we can all have communities, we can all have policies, we can have strategies, and be creative in our programming. And we've seen many good examples from our 4 panelists about what is needed, but also how this can be achieved. So I want to wrap this up, thank our audience for listening, thank especially our 4 panelists. You've been inspirational, you've pointed out the challenges, you've given us some great ideas. So thank you so much, and keep going with the work that you're doing in your different ways, in your different sectors. It's really an inspiration, and it's crucial that we have people like you fighting and advancing the rights of persons with disabilities. So thanks very much. Enjoy your lunch.
That is they'll just take their family photo, you go ahead, and I will just let you know while that is happening that lunch will be served for everybody. You've earned your lunch. You've been a very attentive audience in Hall Segur, I think that's how you say it. And you go right out of here, past the exhibition, and you will find your lunch. And we will be back in here for 1400 hours, 2 p.m. Back here, please, for the afternoon. Thank you so much for your attention this morning. Thank you to all our speakers. They've been great. Enjoy your lunch. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the food and stretched your legs. Before we get into our next session, we'll have a video on the athletes' voices, in which they'll speak about the positive impact that parasport has had on their lives.
Parasports have changed my life, but to be honest, I believe that parasports have changed society. It's a platform that shows to the people that persons with disabilities are not the ones to pity, but they're the same people like everyone, and that they can do stuff, they can achieve great accomplishments, and you don't have to pity them. You have to give them support.
Parasport have changed my life. It have given me morale, it have developed my strength, even share physical and spiritual aspects of it. Like I can depend on myself, looking for my something to put on my table, you know, taking care of myself, you know. Now I'm the one taking care of myself and people around me. You know, my families, most of them depend on me. I am the breadwinner.
Parasport and paracanoe really changed my life because it gave me a purpose. It gave me an opportunity to get outside. But also I think that sport doesn't play a big enough role in people's rehabilitation from ailments or illnesses and injuries. So using sport to, you know, connect with community, but also to get outside, be healthy, be fit and healthy and live an active and healthy life, I think is really important, not just for sport and high performance, but just in general well-being. So I really think that more people need to get involved with sport in general, but particularly people living with a disability, and that's what I found through parasport.
Parasport has made me proud to be disabled. I grew up in a world where I didn't know any other disabled people, and honestly, it made me proud of who I am, all of me. And I really do think that the Paralympic movement has done that for so many people, and I'm just so grateful every day for the opportunity to inspire and show not just people with disabilities, but everybody that sport is inclusive, sport is positive, disability is positive. Sport is a great way of creating positive experiences around people with disabilities. You know, I think about my daughter, she's just going to think people in wheelchairs are amazing. These people that are just fast, tenacious, passionate, and that's what I want. I want her to just walk down the street and smile at someone in a chair, smile at someone who's an amputee, and have no fear, no reservations. You know, what's the saying? The only pity is missing it. So, you know, 100%.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that video and the range of different ways that sport has impacted some of those athletes' lives. And I don't know about you, but I'm really excited for the next 2 weeks of sport to watch more stories be written for the athletes that are competing here in Paris. But now we'll move straight on to the next session. So I am pleased to introduce Mr. Gustavo Marino, Director for Social Policies at UNESCO's Social and Human Sciences sector, and he will moderate this session on inclusive, quality, physical education and play.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to welcome you all to this important session. And the thing is that when many people hear about UNESCO, maybe what happened to you, you first think about culture, education, science, and not so much about sports. But UNESCO has a leading role in the global guardian of quality physical education. We work directly with governments around the world to develop quality and inclusive physical education in their policies, in the schools. And for instance, just last month, we presented at the UNESCO's Global Change the Game conference, we presented a report entitled The Global State of Play, with key findings and recommendations on quality physical education. Now, why quality? Why do we include that word? And this concept of quality physical education was developed by UNESCO to highlight the importance of core factors such as frequency, variety, inclusivity, and value content to distinguish it from traditional physical education or PE classes. And the goal of quality physical education, or QPE, is to empower young persons, including young persons with disabilities, with the skills and confidence to transition to adulthood while maintaining a healthy, active, and fulfilling lives. QPE is an integral part of student education, or should be, and it should be really a priority for the education systems worldwide. And Fit for Life, which is UNESCO's flagship initiative on sports, promotes physical education as a driver of inclusion, particularly for students with disability who often have less access to and enjoyment to physical education than their peers. And Fit for Life aims to increase the participation and investments in QPE. And we want to do this collectively, and that's why we're joining forces with the Paralympic movement in this, because we both find it crucial to ensure students with disabilities have access to quality physical education on an equal basis. And with change starting in the classrooms, we can ensure that the future generations have access to more inclusive environments for persons with disabilities. And today's discussions precisely focuses on that, on the key role of inclusive quality physical education in fostering equal opportunities for all students and shifting the perceptions about disabilities. Now, we will explore this with our panelists, and we will start with the findings of UNESCO's Quality Physical Education Report and hear about great practices implemented in the Paralympic movement. And to kick off this session, I would like to invite and welcome to this stage James Chutsi, President of the National Paralympic Committee of Malawi, who will present the I'm Possible program of implementation in Malawi. Please, thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm told the afternoon sessions are the hard one, but I will really make sure everybody enjoys this session. As you heard, I'm James Chiwotsi. I'm president for the Malawi Paralympic Committee. Malawi is in Africa. Malawi, just like several developing countries, has issues when it comes to stigma, especially towards people with disabilities. So we have our fair share of stigma, just like the other countries. Apart from that, because I think of the stigma itself, there is slow uptake of sport for people with disabilities. There are other factors that lead to this. For example, absence of community engagement programs like Possible. We are happy that sport is a unifier. Sport unifies us all from different walks of life. I'm glad to say that about 4 years ago, we as Malawi Paralympic Committee have been implementing a program known as Possible. Possible is a schools program developed by the International Paralympic Committee. We are so happy that as Malawi, we are given that opportunity to implement Possible. Possible takes us to schools. Possible ensures that children, learners, we started with the ages 7 to 13. These are really young people, to introduce them to sport. That is inclusive sport. Why is Possible different? We've had other initiatives, but these other initiatives have probably treated the learners separately, i.e. those with disabilities on another hand, and those without on another hand. But Possible came in with a very different facet to it, that is inclusion. So in our country, Malawi, we started working with stakeholders, but very early in the program, we discovered that we needed a very supportive ecosystem to ensure that this program works. So, apart from working with just the Ministry of Education, we identified other pertinent and supportive stakeholders. We went to the Ministry of Sports itself. We went to the ministry responsible for people with disabilities. We've worked with local government. We even have worked with the Ministry of Health. But apart from that, apart from the public, we understood the need to work with the private sector. So we engaged some private sector members who eventually have become our sponsors. Then we also have worked with organizations for persons with disabilities. How does Impossible work? We have trainers that have been trained by the International Paralympic Committee, and then these trainers are training the teachers in different schools so that the teachers also become trainer of trainers. I'm so proud to say that even though it's in infancy, we have managed to train teachers from 600 schools. And let me mention that these teachers are not just teachers from special needs or just teachers from physical education. We insisted and we agreed with all the other partners that these teachers should literally be any teacher, a history teacher, a geography teacher, it does not mind, because that's where real inclusion comes in. So the project is working wonders. We have used it fully in Malawi. What we have done is to ensure that apart from the core goal, we also have got other goals that we are achieving through the project. For example, we have managed through the education system, because obviously schools are spread all over the country, so we've managed through the education system to improve our structures as Malawi Paralympic Committee, so that at every other corner that you go to, you will not meet 3 or 4 people who say, I've never heard about Paralympic Games or about sport for people with disabilities. So our structures have improved. Basically, we work with volunteers, and our volunteer base through Impossible has also increased. We have several volunteers that's knocking on our doors, wanting to work with people with disabilities, wanting to introduce sport for people with disabilities in their various areas. Impossible has really been very, very impactful. Impossible is a project that we would honestly vote with our blood to say, if we have to change the world, Impossible must be introduced in all corners of this continent, because it's actually working. We have seen it, we have proven it, we are doing it. It's something that must happen. To add to that, we have seen the private sector coming in. We appreciate that, and we have seen even ordinary citizens coming in. Malawi Paralympic had just about 10, 20 athletes 5 years ago. We are boasting with a pool of about 1,000 athletes. And I keep referring to Impossible, because Impossible has given us access, because Impossible has helped us to create a very, very supportive system. Because without this supportive system, then certainly Impossible is not going to survive. So we thank the IPC. We thank all those that have supported the IPC. We are aware of the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office, the AT 2030. We know of the Global Disability Innovation Hub. All these have been very critical. I will also hasten to mention the role that the Loughborough University of London has played, because they've been with us, with our local universities, to ensure that this project, the Impossible project, is working. And why is Impossible working? That's another reason. I have said we have gone into schools. Ladies and gentlemen, in schools, when we deal with the young people, those ones that still have got a free mind, those ones that cannot tell yellow from black, those ones that cannot tell a blind person from a sighted one, that's the best way of dealing with change. Because by the time that they are reaching 15, 16 years, they are already having stereotypes. So it is very good that we are working with the young ones. By the time that they are grown, they'll have known, they'll have appreciated that as a human being, we all need to be included or to be inclusive. There are other advantages that we've gotten through Impossible because the education system or the government departments realized just how consequential we are. We have been involved in other activities. For example, the country was working on a new law on persons with disability, but as Malawi Paralympic Committee, we were taken aboard in those committees to ensure that issues affecting people with disability, now in general, not just athletes, but people who are affected with disability are involved. This is very important because when we first started, we thought it would all be about sport. But we know that we are better off if all issues to do with people with disabilities are looked into, if those barriers are broken, when we make sure that inclusion is happening. Apart from that, our Minister of Education, they are working on the new curricula for schools, and they have created a technical working group. They have invited us in. We are in there because we are now working on the syllabus that has to be employed in the schools for the next 10 years. That is very important, isn't it? Okay. So I will end by, again, encouraging all of us sitting here, those from government, those from the private sector, those from NGOs, those from organizations for people with disabilities, that for this program to be sustained, there is need to be commitment. There has to be deliberate effort to create systems, to create an ecosystem that supports Impossible, that is a schools program, or any other programs that are aimed at teaching our young people before their minds are spoiled by negativity and so on. Finally, there is a quote here that somebody said, when one opens a school door, we close a prison. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, James. This was very insightful and a lot of very valuable information for us to understand Impossible. Now we're going to go to where we've been having the polls to ask you to answer some questions. If you could please go to Menti using the QR code below and answer the question that so that we can find your opinion. That would be very useful. Thank you. And while you're doing that, well, by the way, the question that's going to come up in the screen, can you please project on the screen the question? Who does it? Who does? There, you know? What, in your opinion, what is the main barrier limiting the participation and inclusion of students with disabilities in physical education classes? Okay, so while you're finished replying, I would like to invite our panelists to join me on the stage. They are Claudia Echeverri. She's Regional President and Managing Director of the Special Olympics of Latin America. Welcome, Claudia. Thank you. Ms. John Scherer is Head of Continental Development of the Badminton World Federation, and Miki Matheson, a Japanese Paralympian and IPC Governing Board member. And of course, we have our very own Nancy McLennan. She's the Fit for Life and Quality Physical Education lead here at UNESCO. Thank you. So anyway, we're very happy to have you with us here and hear about your projects and perspectives. And, but let's first take a moment to see what the audience thinks about the main barriers faced by people with disabilities. they could be projected on the screen, please. So we see, again, a topic that has come up again and again, the issue of access and infrastructure, lack of appropriate infrastructure. But we also see important things like awareness and lack of specific education, and also very important teacher knowledge deficit. The fact that many physical education teachers are probably lacking the training they need for appropriate quality physical education for people with disabilities. But let's go on to the panel, and Nancy, I will start with you because you're going to present the results that we're going to be discussing now. And I would like to start asking you, data collected from the last UNESCO Quality Physical Education Global Survey shows, for instance, that 1 in 3 students with disabilities do not have access to PE alongside peers without disabilities. Can you tell us more about your findings from the last QPE survey, or these and other findings, and also what we found in terms of the main barriers at policy and practice levels that are limiting the participation and making PE or physical education an exclusive rather than an inclusive practice or space for young children with disabilities? Thank you, Nancy.
Sure, thanks very much, Gustavo. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. I want to start by just explaining for a moment why UNESCO collects the data in physical education. So we have a global survey that we administer every few years, and we collect data at the policy level and also in terms of practice. We collect this data so that we can address data gaps. A lot of you have spoken today about gaps that exist in our knowledge around disability inclusion. And we also collect this data to identify capacity needs and to map good practices around the world. So the last survey was administered a couple of years ago. We collected data from 117 different countries and just over 2,500 PE teachers. And the survey obviously goes beyond disability inclusion, but we have 13 specific questions in our surveys that ask about aspects related to policy and provision and how it's inclusive. And so, as Gustavo mentioned, one of the pieces of data that we found from the survey is that 1 in 3 students with disabilities do not have access to physical education, have no access at all. And that's really significant. That's actually contrary to the first article of UNESCO's International Charter for Physical Education, Physical Activity and Sport. Another issue that we can highlight in the data is that only around 62% of schools that were surveyed offer integrated physical education lessons where students with disabilities can participate alongside students without disabilities. And in some regions that drops to 30%. So I think that's also an important data point for our discussions today. So if I move from the findings to the barriers that we see and that we want to try and overcome with partners like the IPC and Special Olympics, we see 4 main barriers to equal participation. One, we have a major lack of investment, and that's been raised so many times over the different panels today. Our data shows that 64% of countries invest less than 2% of their education budgets in physical education. So when you don't invest enough, there's a cascade effect in a number of different areas. We see that impact on the infrastructure that's offered at schools. It is a big negative. It's very challenging. Less than 35% of schools around the world offer adapted infrastructure for students with disabilities to participate in physical education. Third barrier we see relates to teacher specialization and training, and this is a really pivotal one that we'll probably come back to in the next questions as well. Teachers really feel ill-equipped on many occasions to engage students with disabilities, and I think it's important that we look at how we can support them and upskill them adequately. And the last one is curricula. We see that there's a real lack of diversity in terms of the curricula that we offer in physical education. There's an onus on promoting a very small range of often competitive sports. In addition to that, not offering adapted versions of those sports. And last but not least, also very standardized forms of assessment that can just by their very nature exclude or disempower certain students with disabilities or intellectual impairments. So those were the points that I would highlight from UNESCO's side. Thanks very much, Gustavo.
Thank you, Nancy. I think that you present very important data, and it's hard to improve things if you don't measure them or understand the problem. So this type of surveys are very relevant, and it's something we have to all keep working on, because there's still a lot of information that we're lacking to improve the situation. Now, I would like to ask our other fellow panelists, Claudia, John, and Mickey, to see what you think in terms of the main barriers and what Nancy was mentioning, and also what we saw from the Menti, what the audience thinks are the main barriers. By the way, I understand that Claudia might be speaking Spanish, so be ready with your headsets if you don't speak Spanish. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Muchas gracias. Asked to speak in Spanish on behalf of the region, so I will continue my speech in Spanish.
I'd like to first and foremost thank UNESCO and the IPC for allowing me to take part. It's an honor to be here today and to collaborate with this initiative. In response to your question, Gustavo, as it relates to barriers, the result of the survey was very revealing, and two of the things that were identified were the lack of knowledge and stigma. And I want to highlight those two barriers which have been identified. At the Special Olympics, we know that there are very specific barriers and that all countries are faced with, such as the lack of investment, the lack of adequate infrastructure, and obviously anything that has to do with the lack of training for teachers and the resources that teachers require to ensure that they can have inclusive spaces. And then also the experience that we have at this Special Olympics is that one of the biggest barriers is the negative attitudes and perceptions towards people with disabilities. And these perceptions and negative attitudes aren't just at large in the community, but also in schools. And what this leads to is to an excluding environment that doesn't allow young people and children with disabilities to feel valued, to feel welcomed, to feel respected, and to feel as though they can flourish just like any other classmate. And so that is the reason for which at this Special Olympics we have a program that we're working on that seeks to promote inclusive school environments where children and young people with a simple emphasis can learn through playing, and not just learn through playing, but playing through physical education and also recreation. They can also learn how to live together. And so, as James was saying about these schools, we need to ensure that we can promote inclusion when children and adolescents don't understand biases. And so it's very important for them to learn that so that a young child can understand the importance of inclusion. So that's what we consider to be the main barriers, these negative perceptions and attitudes that are generated when there are no positive experiences and when there is no awareness around the disabilities that young children and adolescents are living with.
John, if you could.
Sure. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking IPC and UNESCO for the opportunity. I think in terms of barriers, a lot has already been said that we would like to say, certainly picking up on the education element, awareness and fear, particularly when it comes to teachers introducing quality physical education. I think It's often dependent on who's delivering the physical education also. Is it professional physical education teachers and practitioners, or is it classroom teachers who have a responsibility and remit to deliver physical education as part of their wider role? And I think often that's where there's gaps in terms of that education piece, awareness and fear. We do have a schools badminton programme. It's currently introduced in over 160 countries, and we've trained more than 75,000 teachers in the last 10 years. And the feedback we get quite often when it comes to inclusive badminton and introducing inclusive elements to badminton lessons is the notion of what do we do and how do we do it. And quite often teachers, I think, are quick to want to adapt activities and particularly simplify activities for children with disability. And a big focus of our training with teachers is very much to deliver the lesson, deliver the activities to the group of children that you have in front of you. There will be a range of abilities within that group of children, some with disability, some without disability, and your role is to adapt activities to challenge those pupils to give success. You need to be able to modify activities to simplify, but also to challenge the pupils, and that the automatic shouldn't be to go to isolating athletes who have disability and simply simplifying those activities, but actually looking at the class ability level as a whole and individually tailoring your activities to the group you have in front of you.
Thank you very much, John. Miki, could we have your...
Thank you. Well, thank you for this opportunity. So I think the most significant barrier is the limited conceptions of the adults surrounding the people and the children with disabilities. So of course there are so many other barriers like the accessible infrastructures or the affordable equipment, the reliable supporting staff members, and etc. But I have seen way too many adults surrounding them, meaning teachers, coaches, parents with disabilities that are prematurely taking opportunities away from the kids with disabilities. And for example, like, oh, her life is hard enough, like the sports is too difficult for her, or it's too early for her, or it's too dangerous for her, you know? So like it's taken away even before they get to have fun with sports and they learn from sports, like everything was taken away. That's not right. And I am a mother of two, and I understand that all parents want to protect our children. And then, but this attitude can, however, foster unnecessary limited conception and life early on. So when you encounter children with disability, many people tend to set the bar really low without thinking really deep. So being overprotective could be the natural thing for the parents or educators, but we all have to remember if it's left unchecked, it can aid limiting the fullness of these children's life with life experiences. So that we must remember there is a fundamental right for the children to play sports, and then children with disabilities are no exception. So I'd like to see everybody can, yeah.
Excellent, very, very clear, all your points. And also I see a lot of agreement here. Now we have, we're running a bit late, but we have two questions for each of you, but I'm going to combine them so that, because otherwise I don't think we'll have time, if you don't mind. So Nancy, we'll go back to you. The provision of inclusive and equitable physical education has been and remains central to UNESCO's vision of quality physical education. Can you tell us a bit more on how UNESCO is supporting policymakers and schools advance inclusion in QPE, quality physical education policy development and delivery, and what's the role of Fit for Life in all of this? And also, if you can talk about the report you were mentioning, the QPE report that provides recommendations to enhance physical education policy and practice. Can you tell us a bit more about these recommendations, particularly those that increase access and foster the inclusion of persons with disability in quality physical education classes. Thank you, Nancy.
Sure, with pleasure. So everything we do in physical education begins with the data that we collect. In 2015, we first converted our data set and the analysis we had of that data set into a comprehensive policy package. So we focused a lot on supporting our member states, governments around the world, revise, update, and review their physical education policies to make sure that they're inclusive and they're quality, and Gustavo defined what we mean by quality at the outset. And so we work primarily in two different ways. We want to make sure that the content of policy around the world is inclusive. And so to support that, we've developed a quality physical education policy guidelines document. And that gives benchmarks, checklists, good practice examples to inspire action and change. And we also very much place an emphasis on the how, or the participatory processes, and the idea of inclusion by design. And this is, I think, a really important theme for our conference, and it was raised in so many different ways in the panel this morning. Our methodology for how you revise a physical education policy begins by engaging a diverse group of stakeholders at the very outset of this process, making sure that you have different kinds of stakeholders, persons with disabilities, but others within society, at different levels of society, in schools, from communities, from teacher training colleges, right up to other ministries, not just Ministry of Education, sport, health, equality, and beginning there. And so that's a really important part, I think, of developing and delivering inclusion, disability inclusion, is the process of how we put the policy content together. And it's really effective for governments to work in this way as well, because if you design things in a participatory and inclusive way, it increases national ownership. It means the content of the policy connects with real, not perceived needs on the ground. And so you can increase your impacts. And I think as Mickey, Claudia, and others today have been talking about, there's also a lot of capacity in other areas of society. So I know that governments have a finite amount of resources, as we all do. By working across different stakeholder groups and at different levels, I think we can better pool our resources and we can increase the return on our investments. So we focused a lot on policy, and through Fit for Life, we're hoping to scale the number of governments that we've worked with in revising and updating their PE policies. But we're also going to be working in new areas as part of Fit for Life with our Global Alliance members. We're looking now at focusing on the mid-layer. How can we upskill and roll out trainings for inclusive practice with PE teachers? And we're going to be working with partners like Football de Força to do that. I also hope there'll be a legacy of this conference. We'll be able to work with IPC and others there. We want to increase the diversity of leadership. We want to look at leadership in sports policy, sports administration, and coaching and teaching. So those are the three areas that we want to increase diversity of leadership in. And we want to collect better data and insights. I'm going to very quickly summarize, right, with the recommendations. I don't want to get in trouble with the team for going over the time. I think three key recommendations from UNESCO, really important things that connect to the call to action that will come out this conference. We need to advance a shift in how we go about developing our policies and with who we develop the policies. It can't be a top-down process. It needs to be bottom-up. And we need to ensure that we develop more robust monitoring and evaluation systems so that we can understand where there is good impact, where there isn't, and why, and that will help us adjust. We're not going to get it right the first time. I think a really pivotal stakeholder group are teachers. We need to upskill our teachers. We need to give them the skills and the know-how to deliver lessons in an inclusive way through partnerships. And we need to adapt our infrastructure to be more inclusive. And so I think with that and understanding that there's not much time left, I just would like to make a final call to everyone to get behind the call to action, to join and engage with the Fit for Life Global Alliance of partners, and to use this call to action and this conference as an opportunity for us to speak with one voice and to advocate for change around disability inclusion in our schools, in our communities, and in our countries. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Nancy. Yes, indeed, one of the words that kept popping up in the word cloud for the questions is awareness. Very often, we lose track of the issue, of the problem, of the implications, and we should all be much more aware and promote this awareness into actionable policies and activities. Now we turn to Mickey. By the way, I liked what you were saying about the dangers of overprotection. That was very interesting. And I was remembering a case when I had my twin girls. They were playing football. They used to play football. They were about like 6 years old, and we went to a playground. There were lots of older kids, and I told them, no, you cannot play. But I was worried about them getting hurt because all the others were somewhat older boys. I said, they're going to trample my girls. And they were so bitter with me about it, and I think they were right in the end. But anyway, you have been involved in the implementation of the I'm Possible Education Toolkit in Japan as part of the legacy of the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games and spreading Paralympic values and the vision of the Paralympic movement among youth. Can you tell us more about this program and how it has helped change perceptions and attitudes toward persons with disabilities? And also the second question was, what was the impact of delivering the I'm Possible program across Japan? And what final advice would you give to others interested in the implementation of this program with schools? We're also interested to contrast with what we learned about Malawi and the I'm Possible program that was spoken about earlier. Thank you, Mickey.
Okay, thank you. Try to put everything in a combined time.
No, we still have time. I just thought that it's
no,
easy
that's
to
okay.
go.
But James already explained what's about the impossible, so I'm not going to talk about the impossible. But I have been involved in every step from the developing stage to the implementation stage of the impossible in Japan. The Japanese Paralympic Committee has launched the impossible program in 2017. With the program has helped raise awareness about the Tokyo 2020 Games, about about the Paralympic Games, what's the Paralympic movement all about. But at the same time, this is not all about. At the same time, the national school curriculum has changed and then added a section of disability inclusion. So because of that, we were able to collaborate with the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Sports, and then we have received the endorsement from the Ministry of Education. That was a big push for us to promote our program. And then all of the teachers said good things about, oh, that's a great toolkit, and then we all need to learn about the inclusion, etc. So we were hopeful the teachers will utilize the program right away. But we heard that teachers hesitate to talk about disability if they are not experienced disability, or if they don't have disability, or if they don't have any connection with disability. So they prefer to invite some athlete, the para-athlete, to the school and they let them talk about inclusion. But when the athlete comes, not always, but most of the time, athlete talks about their achievement or how to overcome the obstacles, etc. It's not always in line with disability inclusion. So if we want to involve athlete, we need to carefully select and educate them prior to the school stage. And where did I go? Okay, and then so the many teacher was very hesitant. So our focus on changing perception of disability start with the teacher's mind shift. Teachers mind shift change. Sorry, yeah. So we prepared a detailed explanation how to describe disability or how to see the disability. It's not like lots of teachers see disability rather than ability or the capability of the children with disability. So we had to change how they see the potential. And we started from there. And then since 2017, we have trained 13,450 teachers in Japan. Initially, the program was considered as Paralympic education, which is like learn about Paralympic sport, learn about Paralympic athlete. But now but the teachers know this is about human rights, or this is about disability inclusion, and this is a tool to advance the inclusive education. So it took a couple years to fully be understood by the teachers, but now we have a lot of teachers on our side. And till this date, the number of the downloads hit over 200,000. And we are still going strong after the 2020 games. So not much time left, so I'm gonna just point out the 3 things. So lots of national Paralympic committees understand the importance of the education program. But most often, their lack of the resources and experience in education. And they are really reluctant to take the implementation role. But we found that Impossible is useful for finding inclusion, promoting the inclusion, at the same time finding new athletes from the school system. So now many parasports federations asking us how to implement Impossible to their specific sports to attract more kids with disability to play their sports. And also, lots of federations are using Impossible for the education tool for the new hires. So the new staff members who will involved in the parasports will go through how to see the disability and how to treat people with disability from the beginning. The second point is when the multiple stakeholders get together, we can make the big impact. The promoting inclusion and then empowering the children with disabilities, nobody opposes that, Easy to get the listening ears, and then we can send our messages. But having said that, when we come to conceal the financial contribution, we always pointed out that we don't have enough data to support that idea. So how do you measure the attitude change? How can you tell the mind shift? So now we are collaborating with the university and tried selecting really careful questionnaires and collecting data to sustain our program for later on. And then the third the one is the number of inclusive leaders. If the number of inclusive leaders increases, the children with disability, well, not just the children without disability as well, their well-beings just go up higher. So we are creating much better society just from the classroom. So that's what the third thing we found. So, in the recent years, the media had done tremendous amount of the things for the raising awareness of the Paralympic sports, and then we are now showcasing lots of elite athletes. But this is a great opportunity to use this platform to promote disability inclusion, and I'm so thankful to have the opportunity to speak here with you, and thank you.
Thank you, and we are thankful to you for being here as well. Now, I will turn to Spanish now. Claudia.
So Claudia, the Special Olympics Latin America has been working on a program entitled Unified Schools. The aim is to create more inclusive schools that empower students with intellectual disabilities in the region. How are you promoting inclusion through this program, and can you share some concrete examples of how this program is having a positive impact on the students' learning environment? And the second question that I have, as you know, the UNESCO report on QPE highlights the importance of developing the curriculum, taking into consideration the notion of inclusion. With your experience with unified schools, how can we create opportunities for students with disabilities to actively take part in developing curriculum? And what is your recommendation to guarantee, to ensure that these voices are heard? Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. Since 2008, Special Olympics has been working to ensure the promotion of rights of children and young people with intellectual disabilities and other disabilities in the learning environments. And for this, we created the program which is entitled Unified Schools. And this is administered in 148 countries in the world. The aim is to promote social inclusion, but not just among students, but at the various levels of the learning environment. So we work with teachers, with the school administrators, with the families of students with disabilities, and obviously with the students as well. And what we're seeking is to develop the program in various educational contexts. That is to say, within the classroom, in after-school activities, but also using our experience with inclusive sport in PE. And so this program seeks to leverage inclusive sport in the various schooling events so that students are able to develop meaningful relationships, and simultaneously teachers, particularly PE teachers that don't have enough training and resources, it means that they have training to ensure that they can make a sport more inclusive, to include students with disabilities so that they can practice sports together and to demonstrate that there are more similarities than there are differences. And through sport, we can promote these relationships and this positive and meaningful experience. And then through this program, which is not just focused on inclusive sport, we're also looking at youth development. Sport doesn't only just promote mental and physical development, it also promotes anything that has to do with socio-emotional skills, which are also very important for life. But they're also very important to ensure that students learn about empathy, about different points of views, about how to work in teams, about leadership. And so these are the skills that they will use not just in their academic career, but also outside of school as well. So what we're looking for is for sport to be a transformative driver so that students with disabilities in learning environments can be change agents. And this leads to the second question you raised as to how we can become involved. What we have noticed, what we've done is we've divided the program into inclusive sport activities, events for the schooling community, including teachers and families. And then we also roll out leadership activities where young people can have sporting experience and they can become more aware about the other and how do others feel when they don't feel valued or included. And so this enables students to place themselves in positions of leadership, and they can make that change within their own schools and within their communities. And that's why it's important to develop leadership skills in schools so that they can raise their own voices. We have an international youth leadership program that welcomes students with disabilities. They develop projects and they receive funding so that within their communities and outside of school, they can also roll out these projects. And what we're looking for is for young people, not in the future, but today, for them to be change agents through the work that we're doing. And to conclude, and I know that we don't have much time left, I'm just thinking about the recommendations and what the other panelists said. I think that we believe that we need to join our forces so that we don't just have isolated actions. So we've heard a lot about Fit for Life and unified schools. And what we need to do is to integrate all of these strategies under one coalition, an organized coalition that enables us to work with governments in each of the regions, on each of the continents, so that we can have the right checks and balances, so that we can turn things into public policy, so that we have clear projects for implementation. Often there is a law, there's a policy, but there isn't necessarily an implementation process or an evaluation process. So we need to work on those aspects to ensure that this comes through in these projects. Training is paramount. Training of teachers. This is an essential challenge for development and inclusion. Inclusion is something that can be learned and that can be experienced right from early age, right through to the teenage years. So we believe that teacher training is essential so that they have the right tools and training. And in many cases, in public schools, teachers are simply overwhelmed. They don't want any more projects because they don't have enough tools and resources. So we need to ensure that they have, first and foremost, sufficient training. And then we also need to empower our youth so that, as I was saying, they don't just think about the future, but about the present day, and so that they can be the change that our communities require and that our society requires, and so that they can set an example of how we can live in community. Thank you. Thank you very much, Claudia.
You work in an international sports organization focused on advancing opportunities for persons with a disability to access sport, in this case badminton in particular. The Badminton World Federation has been educating and empowering para-athletes on dual career pathways through the Proud Paralympian program. Can you tell us more about this? And also, based on your experience, why is providing this type of education and training important for para-athletes? And what impact does it have? John, please.
Great, thank you. First, I think it's important to say that athlete integration and dual career pathways has become, over the last 2 to 3 years, a high priority for our organisation, and that's very much come from our Athletes Commission. So we have a Para-Badminton Athletes Commission and we have an Athletes Commission, and both of those chairs sit on our board. So at the decision-making level within our organisation, we have the athlete's voice represented, and this has been a key theme and topic that has come from our Athlete Commission chairs around how can we better equip our athletes for future beyond competing at the top level in the sport. So we launched the Beyond Badminton programme, which is our athlete dual career pathway programme. It provides support and opportunities for athletes to prepare themselves for that future beyond competing. And there's two aspects to the programme. One is how we could look to retain athletes to the sport of badminton, and that could be through coach education, through becoming technical officials, through becoming administrators and event managers in the sport. And the other aspect is around how can they develop themselves and into other career prospects. So in that respect, we have partnered with the University of London, and we provide a postgraduate certificate in international sport management, whereby the BWF fund 10 scholarships per year, 100%, 75% and 50% scholarships for para-athletes and badminton athletes to continue their education and develop their own careers. One part of the Beyond Badminton programme is the Proud Paralympian programme, which is the IPC programme. And what we've really enjoyed about this programme and what's been so great about Proud Paralympian is it's a program for athletes delivered by athletes. And I think that's really key in terms of the athletes being in those leadership roles and presenting the content and delivering to their peers and sharing their experiences. So typically with this program, we've delivered at our major events, so our Parabadminton World Championships, which have a format of group play to knockout stage. So towards the end of the competition, we have an opportunity to bring athletes together and run different types of workshops. And we've used the Proud Paralympian programme in that respect. And for us, and the feedback we've received from the athletes is that the different modules, which are off-the-shelf modules, it's off-the-shelf resources that we can access around human rights, ethics, the Paralympic movement, are really useful in terms of training and developing our athletes as ambassadors to go out and back into their countries and educate others, but also the modules around things like developing a CV, how to interview techniques have been really useful for our athlete community. I would say that we're moving in the right direction, but as an organisation, I think we still have a long way to go. We still have a lot to learn, so we're really keen to hear other examples from other organisations who've had success in this area. And then in terms of some of the impacts, I think what we've started to see is a higher retention of athletes to the sport. And importantly, we've started to see more athletes transition into leadership roles, which I think is really important, that we do have those athletes' voices at the highest level within our organisation. At the end of the day, the athletes are our stars, so this is very much an obligation of us as an international federation to give something back and to develop the athletes for their life beyond the sport. And finally, I'd like to just make a point about the Paralympic Games and the impact that has had on us in this regard, because the fact that we're part of the Paralympic Games has actually opened up eyes and ears of our national badminton federations, and that has allowed us to simultaneously push projects and other key aspects of importance like athlete integration to our membership, and we've seen a much more advanced uptake from our membership in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. This is very good. It's now, we're coming to an end, but we want to hear from you, the audience, first. So we're going to project another question on the screen. If you could go back to the Menti and answer it. There it is. The question, which I'm sure will be projected soon, is what would be your key recommendation to enhance the quality of physical education to maximize its impact as a driver of inclusion, particularly for students with disabilities? And it's a multiple choice question. You take a moment to answer. Okay. So, okay, not still moving. Okay, so there was an interesting picture. I don't think there's still more results coming, but we're a bit short of time. So I will just, they will probably modify significantly the overall results. And I'd like to mention that the one that has least is policies to review and update policies to ensure disability inclusion. What I think this means, and well, I mean, this is the collective answer, but is that we all agree that those policies are important, but we have to go deeper. And that's why perhaps the option that has most results is teacher training to incorporate disability inclusion models. So again, we all agree that policies are important, but we must go beyond that, and teacher training is key. And the other ones that almost similar in terms of weight, curricula, diversify curricula and delivery methodologies to increase, oh, it's gone, so I cannot see the answers anymore. I'm sorry. Yes, curricula, and the other one, infrastructure. So again, I think this reflects to a large extent also what our panelists were saying. And just to to sum up, I mean, last month we presented here at UNESCO a new report on the social impact of sport, which clearly shows there is enough evidence that sports and physical education have a big impact on development, on developmental outcomes beyond the sport itself. Health is obvious, but also educational outcome, learning, productivity, leadership, empowerment, things that have come up here as well, social cohesion. So if that's very important, we also have to give the right importance to quality physical education. And I think that's been clear. And in this panel, we're talking about inclusive quality physical education. So that it really reaches all. And well, we found your opinions that curricula, it's very important, also infrastructure and other aspects, not just thinking about general policies. So well, I thank our panelists, Claudia, John, Mickey, and Nancy for their participation, for their insightful comments, and for all of you for being here today. Thank you very much. Next panel will be moderated by Philip Muller-Wirth, Chief of the UNESCO Sports Section. For the next section, Philip, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Gustavo. We are running very late, so I have a good excuse to not say so many things. I'm really honored and excited to moderate the session of 4 champions across many areas we are discussing today. And the first one I would like to give the floor for his impact talk is Juan Pablo Salazar, a partner, a friend, and indeed a brother in the Paralympic family to which we start belonging more and more. Juan Pablo ticks so many boxes, it would be a long speech to mention all of them, but he has been a para-athlete, athletic organizer, a policy activist in the executive board of the International Paralympic Committee promoting human rights, very much along with UNESCO, an activist through his own NGO, and now he works for as a coordination, the inclusion coordinator, Juan Pablo, at the Latin American Development Bank. Juan Pablo, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Philip. So in 2017, UNESCO led a meeting in Kazan, Russia, with all the sports ministers of all the world. And they decided to give the world a mandate. We need data. Anecdotal evidence is just not going to cut it anymore. We all know of the power of sports to transform people and society. Heck, many people in this room have lived it in their own skins. My story is with wheelchair rugby. It helped me evolve from being a patient to being a citizen, a subject with rights. But the big problem has always been to measure this. So that was the whole point of the meeting in 2017. How can we measure the impact of sports in the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN? Groups all around the world starting to research and to make hypotheses on how to go about doing this. And there was this particular group that came up with a very sophisticated methodology called social outcomes contracts. So what is this? Before, a foundation or an NGO or even an NPC would get money from the government or from international cooperation, and in return, they would report stuff like how many kids were part of the program, how many t-shirts or meals did we buy, how many events did we make. But we don't know what happened to those kids later. Were their lives transformed because of the program? What happened after 6 months or a year? No idea. In a social outcome contract, you do it the other way around. You start with the specific necessities of a community. So they made a pilot of this in the UK with a community that had school dropout problems. They gave this community a boxing project, and they noticed that after 6 months, because of the boxing, the rates of school dropout were decreasing in X%. Once they had this data, they could go to the government and say, hey, if you give me this much money, I can go to this similar community, and in exchange, I will promise you that the school dropout rates are gonna decrease in X%. You see the logic of the negotiation changes. You're no longer talking about sports. You're talking about the government's responsibility to educate its people. It's a shift in the conversation and more negotiation power to the ministers of sports, because the government will pay for outcomes, not outputs. The finance model is a little bit more complicated than this, but when we heard about this methodology, we came together with UNESCO, with the IOC, and with the Chilean government, and we said, okay, let's try this, but let's do it specific for a community of people with disabilities in Chile. That's the trampoline project, and it's currently under implementation. What we're all hoping is that the trampoline project is going to provide data so that where governments are deciding budgets for people with disabilities, they have so much more reasons than just sports to increase those budgets. So that's one way that data is changing the game when it comes to investment in sports. But it's not the only way. We need to do more. So again, we partnered with UNESCO to design a new financial instrument to fund sports for persons with disabilities. It doesn't make sense to me that the world is investing hundreds of millions of dollars in the environment if you're not also investing in the people that need to live healthy lifestyles in those environments. But this study can't be a single standalone thing that is happening in Latin America. No, it has to be just a piece of a bigger cake. You know, we need a broader umbrella with more studies aiming at other communities. So as part of the Coalition for Sustainable Development through Sports, we're hoping other actors in this coalition can lead other studies for other communities, gender, ethnic minorities, and so on and so forth. So, in summary, we're bringing to the table two strategies: the trampoline project that uses outcomes to measure the impact of sports in the SDGs, and the study that will be only one component of many others that will aim at providing financial solutions for global development through sports. The world is changing, my friends, and data seems to be the new currency. The parasports world needs to start speaking this language, and we at CAF are ready to walk this path with you together. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Juan Pablo. I have a quite thorough introduction prepared by my super staff, but I'm going to make it shorter. And I would like us to bear in mind why this session on data is so essential in the conference today, and maybe remind those who are not familiar with why it is so central to our Fit for Life sport initiative. Fit for Life is all about inclusive access by everyone to sport and quality physical education, which is far from being a reality around the world. And this right to sport is what the sport ministers in UNESCO's governing bodies have been building consensus around since now 50 years. One thing is to remind them and to commit them to their political responsibility to provide that access. The other thing is to actually provide it to the people. And we have been, of course, building commitments and reminding governments of responsibilities for the last 50 years. Fit for Life is bringing to the table non-sport stakeholders to help us making inclusive access a reality. It's non-sport stakeholders, so those people who are not here in the room today, that will change the game. And without them, and we heard a number of solutions, without non-sport stakeholders, non-para-sport stakeholders, our ambition and our claim for inclusive access for all will not become a reality. And who has the means to change things in terms of investments? Because it's about resources being made available for inclusive access, be it in infrastructure, in training, and all the things that have been mentioned today. We have to look at where the money is, as unethical this may sound, in the public sectors and in the private sector. It is in development banks, and Juan Pablo, again, is a champion in driving this agenda within a development bank, and he's quite alone yet in these institutions. We'll hear a little more about that tomorrow as well. It is in non-sport ministries. Sport ministers don't have budgets for mass participation in sport. Unfortunately, they spend 80%, 90% of their budget and time in organizing competitions. It is in other ministries, in education ministry, health ministries, social affairs ministries, ministries for labor and employment. That's where budgets are much higher. And that is where we need to make the case for sport as a solution to deliver against outcomes and impact that is relevant for these non-sport stakeholders. It is, of course, very much in the hands of mayors and local authorities. That's where change we talk about today is much likely to go faster and more efficiently if we want sport to become a systematic policy component. And then, of course, there's a whole environment of social investment by private investors that we can't ignore if we want to be serious about giving the resources to the values we are defending here in UNESCO and together with our partners from the International Paralympic Committee. I just wanted to frame our discussion a little from this perspective. The centerpiece of Fit for Life is it's data stupid. If you want to make the change, we need to talk a language that these partners, these non-sport stakeholders understand. And so UNESCO is the place to talk a common language that is recognized, that is accurate, that is respected, and that is built on consensus by the sport policy stakeholders. This is a frame of the discussion. I will not be longer. My team, you're already nervous. And we move on to our poll. at the beginning of this session, please. You are now used to this, and I invite you all to scan the QR code, and I will look at my file to read out the question. Just a second. So it's a misleading question because you had almost the same one this morning, but listen cautiously before replying. What are the main barriers preventing research and data collection related to participation in sport by persons with disabilities? These are not barriers to participation, as barriers to research and data collection related to participation in sport by persons with disabilities. You're all invited to please provide your ideas and answers. And meanwhile, I'm very, very proud and happy to invite our three panelists. First of all, Tim Hollingsworth, the CEO of Sport England. Again, a person to whom I look up in this conference. Again, Tim, you tick so many boxes, I would have a hard time to mention them all. But beyond this very important position you have right now, you have been the former chief executive of the British Paralympic Association, and you led the organization through 4 Paralympic Games, including the best ever Winter Games performance at Pyeongchang in 2018. Applause for Tim, please. Next, we have Catherine Carty, UNESCO Chair at Munster Technical University, on transforming the lives of people with disabilities, their families, and communities through physical education, sport, recreation, and fitness. That title already says a long story about how comprehensively you have been active in the field of disability inclusion in and through sport. Catherine Carty, as a UNESCO chair, has been our voice in international policy fora since more than 10 years now. She has been accompanying us in the ministerial conferences, really as a top expert in this field. Very happy to have you with us, Catherine. And finally, we have Dominique Tremblay, Canadian for Paralympian and Operations Manager at World Boccia, the former Paralympic boccia athlete and passionate advocate for the inclusion of persons with disabilities. Dominique has dedicated efforts to promoting boccia, a sport that is particularly significant for athletes with disabilities. Dominique, very welcome. First time I meet you, and I'm very glad to do that now. Now we have a look at the outcomes of the poll, the word cloud that may already anticipate a number of things that you all will be discussing. We have financement. So this is about research and data. And what do we have here? The barriers to conducting and collecting data, to conducting research and collecting data. Interest, lack of interest, funding, financement, money. So we start having a connection already I made in a positive sense before for opening the panel, that measuring impact is a means. It's not just that, but also is a means towards stimulating investment. But here you say the opposite. It is also a barrier, the lack of funds and of money for conducting research and for collecting data. Let me start with maybe a first feedback from the three of you to what we find out here. No surprise, I guess. Tim?
Thank you very much, Philippe. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here today and also to be back in the wider Paralympic family. My answer to your first question there is I think that tells a big story, actually, because generally when I think people are thinking about resources, they are thinking about resources for what they see as being significant. What is it that we want for disabled people in sport? How can we have more money to do that? Actually, as Juan Pablo brought to life really, really well, the question should be different. What is it that we can do to provide answers and solutions to government or other policy-making agendas that can then support our ability to create more opportunity for disabled people? And if you answer the question that way, if you turn that vision, that telescope around and look at it very differently, suddenly you get the interest that is lacking here as well. because I think one of the most important things always for anyone who is seeking to deliver the information that's required and the policy change that's required, particularly for disability sport, is to recognize that it will always be driven by wider social benefit, not just the improvement in the opportunity for sport. So I definitely think that tells a story that if we are turning the telescope around, thinking less about what we want and more about what policymakers, governments want, and then adapting that to our ends, we can succeed.
Thank you very much, Tim. I will come back to you, but quick answer, Catherine. We'll get also opportunity for longer answers, but the feedback to the poll saying the main barrier to stepping up research, collecting data around sport and disability inclusion, what do you think about this reaction?
What's on this very happy day and good occasion, what struck me was the lack of interest comment. So I think that's a really sad reflection of a reality that exists that we have to address through the outcomes of this event, I suppose. But it very much is true. Sadly, and it is something that while there's momentum, while there's policy intent, while there are some very good examples out there that we heard of today, there still is a wider lack of interest that really needs to be knocked on the head to change and to transform practice.
Thanks for the quick answer. And Dominic, over to you. Feedback to the poll results, lack of interest, no money.
Those are answers that everybody could say: lack of resources and money and interest. Also, awareness for me is an important one. It's close to interest, but particularly in boccia, which is sport for athletes with higher needs, there's no equivalent of non-disabled sport at the high performance level. So it's difficult to find coaches. Also, when we talk about it, we need to start from the grassroots level to explain the basic of the sport before we can talk about high performance. So lack of awareness is also something important.
Thanks a lot to the three of you, and now we'll ask you two questions which I wanted to ask separately, but we have to save time, and apologies for the increased pressure where this is the end of the day. I'll come back to you, Tim. Sport England has been working to increase the participation of persons with disabilities in sport, and your research work, particularly in mapping disability and collecting data across England, has been essential. What has Sport England been doing to address the lack of data on disability inclusion in sport, and how this work can be replicated in other countries and regions? First question. And I ask the second because it's very similar, and you can answer both probably in one strike. How research and data can better support investment in para sport?
Thank you, Philippe. I think the two come together very well, as you say. I think there are three quick messages for me to anyone in this room that is thinking, how do you create the environment where you are using data, where you are using insight to create the opportunity to do more? I was very struck by Juan Pablo saying that the days of anecdote are dead, that you can no longer just tell stories, you need to have the evidence base to underpin and support that. And I agree with that. I think there is enormous power to be seen in the stories that we can all tell, particularly in disability sport, about the way that sport has been a positive influence on people's lives and perhaps their ability to live a more active life. But in reality, we make decisions now on the basis of harder evidence and more supportable data. And I would say to anyone in this room, think about three things when you are thinking about data collection around disability sport. Number one, you absolutely have to think about consistent recognition of disability. Apply the same definition to what you are talking about in the data and the evidence that you provide, because it's so confusing otherwise to a policymaker or a funder or an investor if they're not getting consistent, robust data that is showing a progress over time or showing the impact of an investment or showing the lack of opportunity for people with a disability. So be very clear about your definitions around disability when you are collecting evidence, when you are collecting data.
Tim, interrupting you here. Yeah. Is the IPC the body we should look at the international level? Where do we find this consistent definition?
Well, we should always look to the IPC to solve every problem, I know, but in reality, no. I think it will be as important to understand and consider what definition will work for the funding body or the organization or the government that you are looking to use, to influence. If we try, I mean, yes, there is one point there about the sharing of information, about getting consistency, and I do agree that maybe there's a role for IPC or others in this world to support that. But for an organizer, if you're thinking about your data and how you want to use it, make sure it relates to the definitions that are used by the funder or the investor. It's equally important, too, to make sure that your data collection is as easy as possible for the person you are trying to reach. I think we have made many mistakes in the UK over the years of assuming that there is, just in the same way that we assume accessibility of physical facilities or buildings, so we assume accessibility of surveys or data capture. It's really, really important for Sport England now that in asking questions of disabled people about their active lives, in understanding the state of sport for disabled people in England, that we make sure we meet those people where they are and ask the questions that relate to their everyday lives. And then thirdly, I think it's very underestimated in this space where people do not think about the technical word we use is the intersectionality, I'll say it once, but that overlap of different factors in people's lives. And recognizing particularly if you have more than one impairment or that you have a long-term health condition or more than one long-term health condition, that in itself will be creating a different context for your activity and your playing of sport. So being acknowledging of that and recognizing the complexity of that is very important as well. And then I think to answer your third question on the back of that, if you have that robust data, if you've collected it in a way that makes you feel confident, it has spoken to the right people, then it has got the right responses, and you've taken into account all the different factors and needs in people's lives, then applying that to the context in which a wider social benefit and wider social purpose can be achieved is the key to unlocking both investment in the first place. So in my case, as an investor in Sport England, we will work with organizations that can genuinely reach and serve those people that the data has shown in most in need. And actually, if you look also in the United Kingdom at the moment, it's a good example of what Juan Pablo was talking about. We have a new government that's just come in. We have a government that's looking at every penny that it spends, every cent that it spends in public policy, and has said there are 5 basic missions that they want to see prioritized. And one of those is health, and one of those is opportunity, particularly for young people. So every answer that we give now in terms of how we might spend government money, every answer that we give in terms of how we can help people to be more active or play sport is through the lens of how can we show the benefit to public health, how can we show the benefit to young people, particularly in our schools. And if we do that, hopefully you then lose the lack of interest because it's very relevant to the government, and hopefully then you lose the lack of investment because government and other bodies, including Sport England, can look more actively and say, okay, we can work with you.
Last question to you, Tim. Replication elsewhere in the UK, you are quite advanced with the Disability Sport Agenda. You actually founded the Paralympic movement to some extent. Many countries are not at the same stage of development, if I may say so, when it comes to Paralympic sport. Main takeaways for those countries? Please give us "you can do it" message, yes you can message, for those countries to step up their efforts.
With pleasure. I think any data evidence helps you to make a case. So finding some way to capture even basic levels of activity, for example, or even basic information about the challenges and the barriers that people face will still help you to apply for resource or to speak better to a government or a policy agenda. So I think I want to go back to Juan Pablo's comment. Anecdote, stories, very powerful, but no longer are the currency for affecting change. Any data will help.
Thanks a lot, Tim. Very insightful. I'm very curious to hear Dominique about an area of sport I don't know at all. But before I turn to you, Dominique, I want to turn to Catherine. And Catherine, you have a special role in this panel because you know the UNESCO ecosystem very well, which is nothing I would expect from many people, but you have been working with us so closely. And so you get a question that is a little more complex to answer than maybe the other panelists. And first of all, explain a little what you're doing. Since so many years now, it deserves attention of the audience. But then, how can UNESCO's Fit for Life sport initiatives best support the collection, analysis, and integration of data to guide policy and investments in physical education and inclusive sport?
Okay, thank you, Philip. So what have we been doing? We've had, I suppose, to a certain extent, the luxury over the last 13 years in the chair to kind of look at what's happening in this landscape internationally and look at everything from the policy impact to the practice on the ground to the challenges that are faced by all the different stakeholders that really need to be activated to have a transformative result in terms of disability inclusion. So, like, our role has been pretty much global, as you know, and we've seen the policy intent and the policy willingness increase over that 13-year period, and a real genuine desire to a certain extent to have that prioritized. What we haven't seen is the translation of that policy intent to practice as wide scale as we would like to see that. So I think while the ask is very much on, is very much to people's desire to deliver on, the implementation of that is a challenge. So when it comes to how do we now do this? So signing up to a declaration, agreeing to something being a priority area, to how do we do this on the ground? What is the best way for us to take this forward and make the transformative change that is envisaged in the policy objectives is a real challenge. And I think it takes a different frame, and as Juan Pablo said and has been just echoed, we really need to have that data driven. We really need to understand what the situation is on the ground, and in the context of disability inclusion, I think it is a case of how bad the situation is on the ground, so as we can really look in a meaningful way at what needs to be done. There's also an education part to this, so there is also a need for, at policy level, at government level, at leadership levels, people to understand, that there is a duty and responsibility, as you said yourself in the opening statements, around implementing action to support disability inclusion, and not in a way that just is tokenistic, not in a way that achieves a short-term win or a positive story, but in a way that is transformative. So I think we need to move policy from where, policy and practice, from where it has been maybe harmful towards the inclusion of people with disabilities or exclusionary, to where it moves beyond being sensitive. So we know there's a problem, we know there's an issue. We now need to be responsive to that issue and put solutions in place, put the capacity building, the reasonable accommodations, the changes in all sectors of our society that can impact upon this change, and move that practice to one that's really transformative and long-term. So I think one of the key problems we've seen is this short-term planning, and often in government cycles internationally, governments, they can be short-term in the scheme of things. So we need to provide for people today, as was said in the previous panel as well by Special Olympics, to making sure that in the long term, we're not rehashing this agenda, and we've made transformative system changes that can protect young people today and future generations who are not here. And hopefully, we're not having the same discussion in 10 years' time. We've shifted the dial. I think that's a really important thing to do.
So I re-ask part two of the first question and ask the second question in the same one. How can Fit for Life help with this longer-term agenda? And second question, I know that is one of your core expertises, capacity development and training for governments and for the sport movement in particular. Where do you see the needs and opportunities?
So I think Nancy mentioned earlier the Fit for Life Alliance, as well, and coming together and bringing together the different stakeholders to shape solutions. So, you know, having this uniform way or standardization of how are we going to measure, how are we going to gather the data. We don't need 50 countries in the world to decide that. We need one unified approach if we're going to accelerate the solutions, because I think we're beyond the stage of maybe wanting to move slowly. We definitely need to accelerate, and the biggest way to accelerate is to pool the resources that we have, pool the potential solutions, or, you know, around measurement of disability, what it is, how we disaggregate that to understand within disability, you know, who might be furthest behind. So we can pool that, and I think the Fit for Life Alliance gives a very good coordinated mechanism where we can bring people together, accelerate the solution, and then use the implementation pathways that different countries have to bring about that. So I think that that's a really important vehicle. It's an efficient way of operating from an investment point of view. We've consistently mentioned the challenge of investment, especially the challenge of investing in data. It's not a media, you know, I suppose, appealing thing to be investing in. It's not the most media savvy one. So investing in that data and having, you know, understanding what it is we want to achieve from that and how it can be used to really change practice, I think that's where we need to go. And having that unified approach that Fit for Life Alliance gives is that unifying platform. There are so many people around the table already, and it's so open to the inclusion of other people who have something to offer. So I think we have the infrastructure and we need to take it forward collectively in that way.
Thanks a lot, Catherine. Dominique, while not all Olympic sports have their Paralympic equivalents, two sports exist only in the Paralympic Games. It's goalball and boccia. In this context, what role do data metrics play in advancing the inclusion of athletes with disability? And do explain a little what boccia is, please.
I'll start with the last part of your question. So boccia is similar to lawn bowling, pétanque in France, or bocce in Italy. The goal of the sport is to throw a color ball the closest as possible to the jack, and you score point that way. And depending on your classification level, you play in a category. And we serve the athletes with the highest need in the Paralympic movement. It's a very riveting sport, but really, people don't know, but I strongly suggest you come to the Arena Sport 1 at Porte de Versailles. Come and watch for a few minutes, sit in a seat, and I'm sure you're going to spend the rest of the day there. It's guaranteed. Well, boccia, the sport of boccia is in the Paralympics since 1984, so 40 years. It's the 11th time that it's in the Paralympic game. But World Boccia itself is a fairly new federation. We took over from an organization with disability, and we took over the sport. Since then, that happened in 2013, we doubled the number of members that compete in boccia. We also increased the number of competition offered to the athletes. So before 2012, in a quadrennial, we had 7 competitions. And now in 2024, we have 16, but for 1 year only. So that increased the number of opportunity. And to me, the word opportunity is very important to me, because the role of an international federation is to create opportunity for athletes, obviously to compete, but also to become leaders, to become a mean for social change, live a better life. And that's what we can help, and also shift the priority of the government in that part.
Sorry. How do metrics and data come into the picture here?
We don't have as deep research in things like that because we are a fairly new sport. And also, when we speak about athletes with severe disability or higher needs, the medical aspect takes a big part of the research. So now we're trying to change that and try to get more sport-specific research. But data that we use is, prior to Paris, all the medals were not gender specific, so male and female were competing against each other. Now we decided to split that and create opportunity for female athletes. In this quadrennial only, we increased the female participation by 75%. So that is data that we collected, and by a small change in our competition structure, we increased the opportunities for the athletes. So that's what we're trying to get.
Thank you very much. I read in my brief that you have been doing some research about equipment and performance. Maybe you want to mention that?
Yes. In the past, balls were not licensed, so they were having, so the balls are leather, and inside there's different materials, but any athletes could make their own balls and play with them, and also it was not available to everyone, every country. By doing some research, we found that if the International Federation were to license the balls and having a variety of manufacturers, that way all the balls from all the athletes would be similar, and that way level the playing field a little bit more, and the countries that have less funding could buy equipment that a little bit more available to them.
Tremendous. Thanks so much to the three panelists. Moving on to the second poll question, please. Can we prompt the QR code, please, for question 2 of the session, which I will read out. What is your main recommendation to enhance data collection around disability inclusion in sport and physical education? And you have a choice, of course. We make it easy. Please take part. And so very curious, when will this show up? Now already. And we only have, for the time being, it's probably because we don't have many people replying, so this diversifies, which is good news. Thanks a lot for taking part. Okay. So a sort of almost absolute majority is foster collaboration to conduct comprehensive research on disability inclusion in and through sports. And here again, Fit for Life is here for you as a platform for this collaboration between policymakers, the sport movement, as we heard, investors. Because, and I will come to the conclusions of this panel, they need to be around the table rather earlier than later. And then we have other options. I think number 2 is implement national proof of concept pilot projects focusing on fostering the inclusion of persons with disabilities in and through sport. And I think that's a very strong point. We hear from a number of investors, studies, all these things are useful data, but we need to experiment things on the ground. We need to know how this actually works. It's new for us. We don't know how sport really works to deliver against inclusion objectives, and nothing will tell us better than trying it out. Right, so pilot projects are really something that Fit for Life is also promoting. And again, Juan Pablo is a champion here as well, launching the first disability inclusion pilot project, Trampoline, with the Sport Ministry of Chile, and in collaboration with the International Olympic Committee, and of course the IPC are on board as well. And then we have, I think, remarkably low scores for allocate funds to support integrated and disaggregated data collection and analysis. I interpret this to be the lack of funds, and so nobody has funds to allocate. Nobody would object allocating them, but probably you don't see where to take them from. And finally, we have only 13% to support UNESCO's effort. That is a very low score, so we need to learn from this poll that we need to make our case much better than we have succeeded doing it so far. That's a good insight for us here at UNESCO, which brings me to the very short conclusions. Again, we are running late. I think that data is critical to promote the agenda that this conference is promoting is not contested, that it is informing us about the efficiency and the effectiveness of projects that ultimately need to serve needs and people. And how we do that is not just optimizing our programs, it's a responsibility we have with respect to the people that we are supposed to support, but also with respect to the funding organizations who expect us to deliver against their objectives. I would like to reiterate the vicious circle in a way. We don't have funds to invest in research and data, hence we will not have the evidence base that will convince investors to jump on board and say, actually, I haven't thought of sport and power sport to deliver for what I want to support with my funding. Now with this sort of data, I'm actually considering at least trying out or jumping on a coalition and observe whether that might be a business case for my organization. How do we break that vicious circle is, I think, something we need to really think about and learn from models. One of the answers is that we invite investors to discuss investment in sport to deliver. We have data that we can recycle from different contexts, from different outcome areas, health, education, inclusion, job creation, etc., that we can already present, that is starting to be quite robust. We have amazing data, for example, on reducing unwanted marriages or early pregnancies in developing countries through sports initiatives. And they are large scale, they are massive. So we can start using together, collecting together evidence that can make the first step to bringing funders and investors to the table, and then, as Tim said, engage them in designing the metrics that they need to scale initial pilot projects. So I think this is one of the core lessons we have been learning. This vicious circle is really disrupting not just measurement, but investment in power sport and inclusive sport, and I think we all have to work together to try and make it a virtuous circle. Thank you again for great contributions to this discussion. A big applause for the panelists, please. Thank you. And a group picture.
Well, thank you to that panel. We really have been blessed with some incredible insight so far today, and I'm sure it is set to continue this afternoon. I'm happy to be back joining you up here, especially for this panel, which focuses on representation and visibility, both behind the camera and on screen. It's very special to me, as I've been working in the broadcast environment since I retired from sport, and I now have the pleasure of being involved as an executive producer for Whisper and Channel 4 production teams for the coverage of this year's Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. All in all, it will be my 6th Summer Games that I've been actively involved in. I like to think I don't look old enough, but I definitely am. As a Paralympian, it is even more special, I think, to contribute to ensuring that everyone watching the Paralympic Games feels included and understood. As we've talked about a lot today, we have a responsibility to the wider demographic of people with disabilities, not just the athletes. Inclusion in media goes far beyond gestures and goodwill. It requires a holistic strategy involving persons with disabilities in all phases, from content's initial conception to final production, in decision-making and hiring processes. Many times, media professionals with disabilities are often excluded from hiring processes because companies, whether broadcasters or production companies, have not made the necessary investments to enable a working environment for these media professionals. And remember, based on our conversations this morning, when we talk about investment, we're not just talking about cash, but we're talking about time and understanding and education as well. And we need to change this reality. Persons with disabilities should have not only stories to tell, but also stories to cover. And they shouldn't only work on content that links to people with disabilities. Media plays a key role in shaping narratives and perceptions to fight against stereotypes, social stigma, and misrepresentations. It is crucial that persons with disabilities are fairly and equitably represented and portrayed in the media at all times. Historically, athletes with disabilities have been underrepresented in the media, and when they are portrayed, there is often an overemphasis on inspiration or positioning athletes related to their disability and not focusing on their athletic achievement. Promoting inclusive media, cover of major sport and parasport events is key to changing perceptions of parasport and para-athletes, which are high-performance, world-class athletes and not competitors who are overcoming their disabilities. Today, we have a very special guest with us, Alex Mahon, CEO of Channel 4, an organisation that has been a world leader not only of Paralympic Games coverage, but also for innovating disability-inclusive policies and practices across the business, for being brave and for being bold. For the 2022 Paralympic Games in Beijing, Channel 4 was the first ever broadcaster to have an entire presenting team composed of people with disabilities. Please join me in welcoming Alex to the stage.
Music, walk-on music, very good. Right, thanks Liz, that's very kind of you. As I understand it, this is the last session standing between all of you in this dark room and a sunny rooftop drink on the 7th floor. So I'll try and keep you awake until then, and then you can see the sun again. So I am very lucky to be the CEO of Channel 4. Channel 4 is a British broadcaster. Has anyone ever watched Channel 4 or heard of it? Okay, some people, some of you are still awake in the room, excellent. For those of you who haven't watched Channel 4, it's simply the best broadcaster. We were set up in 1982, and it's quite a special place because the broadcaster was set up to do things that were different. In part to challenge people's perceptions, in part to represent people who didn't have a voice, who weren't traditionally looked at in media or represented in media, and in part just to make people think differently. And that's tremendous fun. I've been the CEO for about 6 years, and part of the reason I took the job is you can think about those things, you can think about how you represent, how you challenge, how you stand up for people every day as part of your real job, even in a commercial organization. Whereas a lot of places, you get to do that about 6 p.m. on a Friday when you've made enough money for someone. So this is very, very special, and we've been famous for many years for different things that we've done. Representation of gay rights, representation of race and ethnicity on air. If you look at the next slide, you can see some of those shows that we've made and some of the ways that we've challenged people's thinking over time. Well, you can't see that because the slide's too small, but there are lots of things there. The first black sitcom on air, the first lesbian kiss on air. But maybe for this group, one of the things that we are most famous for is the Paralympics. So Channel 4 got the rights to the Paralympics in 2012 when it was London, and we were very, very famous for what we did with it. Now, the UK is the only country that has split broadcast rights. So one broadcaster, some of you will have heard of them, the BBC, have the Olympics, and we, Channel 4, have the Paralympics. It's only in the UK that this has happened. Everywhere else, a broadcaster has the Olympics, and then after they're all very tired and they've spent all their money, they have the Paralympics. But for us, we only have the Paralympics, and so it's a massive and important thing, and it's the only thing we focus on. And 2012 was the first time, and we used this campaign, which was called the Superhumans, which was very radical. It was portraying disabled athletes as having superhuman powers. It was quite shocking at the time, and maybe appropriate at the time, but not now. And all of London was plastered in these posters saying to the Olympians, thank you for the warm-up, the real games is coming. And that made a really, really big impact. And it was shocking at the time, but it made a huge difference in the UK to how people viewed disability. So if you look at some of these statistics, you can see that the difference it made. After the 2012 Paralympics, 56% of viewers said it made them more comfortable talking about disability. Now that's a big number, but it also means that almost 50% didn't feel more comfortable. The next stat is that 83% of viewers said that it would improve society's perceptions of disabled people in the UK. And that definitely happened. It was a huge step change in the UK for how people thought about, looked at, and judged disability. And a third stat here is that 40 million people tuned in. Now, there's only about 60 million people in the UK, and Channel 4 is like the second commercial broadcaster. So this is a huge number for us, and it was a big change in the Paralympics and how it's viewed. So that was 12 years ago, and as you will all know, the media has a big hand in how disability is perceived in society. So I guess the question is, what have we done since then? So some of the things that we've done as a broadcaster have been making a difference to how we do all of our shows. So if you go to the next slide, and you can go to the next one again. Let me just talk about why it worked. The big thing was about portraying people with empathy rather than sympathy. And it was also about humor. We had a comedy show on every night called The Last Leg, which featured presenters and comedians who themselves have a disability. And we had people in the teams that we talked to who were people with a disability. And it was that combination of access, of empathy, of real portrayal, and of fun and shock and humor that changed the way people saw these shows. If we go to the next slide, we then did something which was to put disabled people in all of our shows. Now that took years, but it made a big difference. Whether it was having persons with a disability in Bake Off, Great British Bake Off, a big show for us, without talking about the disability, or whether it was having Ruben there present the Channel 4 News, someone with Down syndrome as a major news presenter, or the show on the bottom right, Wonders of the World I Cannot See, taking a blind comedian and putting him on a travel show, going around the world, talking about how he perceives different places just based on what he hears, what he can smell, how he can feel. So we've done that across the board, but we've done it other areas to give examples to the whole of the industry. So if you go to the next slide, you can go to the next one. We've come up with a code of portrayal, and this is for all media players. We share it with them, where we talk about how a disabled person appears in the show. Is their disability incidental? Is their disability integrated into the character? Or is their disability actually completely core to how they're portrayed? And often we're making shows where it's incidental, where the disability is not mentioned, it is not explained, it is simply a disabled person presenting the show. And then, on the next slide, we moved onto what we've called the 5 A's. This is in concert with different organizations. And we published guides for how you hire disabled talent, how you promote disabled talent, how you progress disabled talent. And in all of them saying, how do you anticipate, how do you ask, how do you assess, adjust, advocate. So if we're interviewing people for a job, how do you anticipate that they may have a disability and ensure you ask them in advance what their access requirements are rather than wait for them to have to ask you? And then the next thing is we changed our own mindset at Channel 4. We now have 21% of our staff, we've got about 1,400 staff, are disabled persons. We've massively increased the rate of disclosure by making people feel more comfortable with filling in our surveys. We've also done things like simple things which have changed perception. So provided an audio way to control the elevators, the lifts in the building. created sign language classes for everyone to do at lunchtime in case they could make an effort to learn sign language, or created quiet spaces in all the offices for people with neurodisability. So some of those things are about improving and changing our own workplace. But let me go on to what we've done coming up to Paris 2024. We've launched our own equity strategy. So we've talked about inclusion, and we've talked about diversity, but we've now moved to an equity strategy, and it has these 6 principles: informed choices, designing for inclusion, making sure we choose the right kind of partners. And we've launched this across all our streams of business. And then we started coming into Paris 2024. This is a show we had on 3 weeks ago, fronted by one of our hosts, Sophie Morgan, where she went undercover with other disabled persons in wheelchairs on flights. Many of you will know the stories of how horrendous it is to travel on a flight with a wheelchair. And she launched on-air Rights for Flights, which is now a campaign going through British society and the Parliament to see, can we make things easier for people when they're traveling, that should be a basic human right, that people can get on and off planes, on and off trains, in and out of cabs. The next thing, of course, we had to do was get ready for this year. We've launched this campaign on air with Paralympics GB, Everybody Moves. This is on air 4 times a day now in the UK, which is about how can disabled persons get access to sports wherever they live in the UK. A simple website where they can put in where they live and they can find out local facilities that give them access to sports. And finally, as we came into Paris 2024, this is a slide from 4 years ago, we started to think about what campaign could we make? What campaign could we possibly make after all the good ones that would make a difference? And what would make a difference to athletes, and how should we think about what the next step was for disabled sport? For us, the Paralympic campaign is a core and central part of us being able to change opinions of people around the world. And ultimately, we're doing that to try and improve the lives of disabled people. And we wanted, as you heard in the introduction, to think about how we would move away from seeing the Paralympics as kind of what we call inspiration pornography, and to point out to people that it's actually elite competition and that these are serious athletes. And so we came up with this campaign, which is all about, these are incredible, competitive, elite athletes. They're not persons to feel sorry for. So disability is an identity, it's not a problem, and that it's not for disabled people to adapt, but it's perhaps for society to think about how we accommodate. So there's a couple of slides here. This one, incredibly fast, not for someone in a wheelchair, just incredibly fast. The next one is, he is so strong. He's not just so strong for someone like that. And the third one is, what a tackle, no more given his condition. And there's a video that you can see that goes with that, that makes an incredible difference on air and is the next step of our campaign. So if you go to the last couple of slides, this is our presenting team for this year, when we've got even more firsts. It was 4 years ago that we had a team to present, all of whom were disabled persons. The innovation this year is, for the first time ever, we'll have a presenter, a live sports presenter who is deaf. That's never been done before. It's incredibly complicated to do. We've had to adapt everything, because of course, normally presenters work off talkback, and they can't. So we're doing that this year. So my final slide is, I guess, think about how you could do this in your own organizations. It's popular, it works. There is 24% of the population in the UK are registered with a disability. So there is a big difference that we as broadcasters can make that appeals to a huge amount of the audience, and it can be commercially successful as well as quite fun and enjoyable to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. It's been a very exciting project to work on, and it gets underway in just one day, 24 hours. So, as ever, we'll have a quick poll, and then we'll invite our final panelists to the stage for today. So, the poll question, if we could just get the QR code up on the screen, please. There it is, right in the center of the screen for you, once again. What do you consider to be the most pressing barrier to disability inclusion within the media? That's your question. It's an open-ended answer, so please feel free to write whatever you wish. And as we have done with previous panels, we will, while you answer those questions, invite our panelists to stage. So first up, it will be Andy Stevenson of NBC and BBC Sport and the Ability Group in Sport tags. That's a long title, Andy. There you go. You can clap for him if you want, unless, of course, you're filling in your poll. Next up is Myrta Lorenzo, Chief of Section for Media Development and Media Emergency at UNESCO. Come on, people. Donald Rojas, National Director of the Sports and Recreation Institute of Costa Rica. And our final panelist for our final panel of the day, it's Juan Diego Blas, the Guatemalan para-athlete of archery and the athlete representative for the Americas Paralympic Committee. Hiya. Well, thank you all very much for holding out to the last panel of the day. We are very grateful. Everybody should have had enough time to fill in the poll. So let's see the results. We've realized with these results that my eyes are not that good. So, there they are. They're supposed to have words. I can't see. Okay, once again, as we've seen throughout the day, a lot around awareness, investment, finances. Those of you that weren't here in the morning session, we did elaborate a lot on the fact that investment was more than money. And we've heard a bit earlier on exactly, it's being bold, taking the time to learn what is necessary. So you've got 60 seconds, all of you, to give me your interpretation of what you consider to be the most pressing barrier to disability inclusion within the media. Don't feel you have to go with those answers if you've got something else, but we'll start with you, Juan Diego.
Thank you very much. First of all, big honor being here. I'm very happy. I just trained today and I'm eager for Paris. So one of the barriers, we've talked with some of other athletes, competitors and companions. We think that the media does not see the athletes with disability as a selling product. Channel 4 does this, but in our countries, in developer countries, that's not like that. They just do the Olympics and their full focus is on the Olympic athletes, and then they go to the Paralympic and not much of a focus. And I think if it's more sellable, for me it's more entertaining. For example, in my sport, in archery, I like to see better someone who shoots with his legs rather than a conventional athlete. So I think one of the most important things is to see the value that the sports have, and as competitors, as they say, not only as participants, but competitors, as the IPC campaign launched recently. Also, I think that's one of the main things.
Thanks, Juan Diego. Andy, same to you.
Yeah, I think for me, the biggest barrier is misconceptions that people have and that Alex and Channel 4 challenge so well, and hopefully, I do as well in my work with other broadcasters. But I think the misconceptions that viewers are going to be fed traumatic life stories, they're going to be fed, films and stories that will make you upset. I think the misconception that Paralympic sport is too complicated to watch, the classification system is too complicated. I think you can cut through all that by presenting the events for what they are, which is that they are all elite sporting events with sporting heroes, just like the Olympics. And I'd say just quickly, one second thing is that the sport federations and the Paralympic movement, I think, have been very clever in grouping together some of the sports when it comes to European Championships and other smaller events in the Paralympics, because I think that makes it more appealing to people to watch a European Championships on TV that features 5 or 6 different sports.
Yeah, and it makes the investment worth it too, right, for the broadcasters.
Exactly.
So you're absolutely right. And we haven't all got traumatic disability stories. I've got traumatic life, but not a dramatic disability story. So same question to you, Myrta.
Well, there are many barriers. I would like more to talk from the media side.
One of them could be limited self-regulation, which is the kind of regulation that is internal to a media group, a media outlet, or a platform, is deciding among themselves a code of ethics. Usually it's just some bullet points in an overall code of conduct or code of ethics. It's not enough to have goals, laws, and an international convention, a UN convention. It's necessary to break it down into internal mechanisms. But apart from this, yes, the one that the public has identified, financial constraints, is a big one. The media in general are suffering from lower public funding, lower advertising revenues, and we have to remember that many of them are small and medium enterprises, so they're difficult to cope with. And the last one I would like to mention quickly is that disability is not one group, it's a whole variety, or there are varied disabilities, and this requires from the media varied accessibility requirements to combine.
Thank you very much.
Complex.
And Donald, finally, over to you.
Hola.
Good afternoon. I wanted to thank UNESCO, first of all, and the IPC for having me here. Now, I'd like to discuss the idea that we need to sell or present this issue differently. Because that's something that needs to change. We need to think of this issue as sport and not as stories of inspiration. We need to discuss, how many hours the athlete invests in their training. For instance, how do they train? And if we frame it that way, we could get a different response from the media. But what we have now is just inspiring stories. But this is something we need to build differently.
All contributed different opinions and different parts of the process. And the beauty is that in collaborative events like this, we can all learn from each other. And all throughout today, investment has been a key theme, but so is innovation. And being innovative is different depending where you are on the journey. And as Andy said, he hopes that he can take experiences he's had to other broadcasters and move the dial there. So hopefully that happens for everybody. But as we talk about innovation, Myrta, I'm going to come to you first. UNESCO has recently launched a practical manual on disability equality in the media. And that's with the idea being to encourage and promote that respect that isn't always there for inclusion and equality, and the meaningful engagement of persons with disabilities. So could you maybe elaborate for us on some of those objectives of the manual, and then the 3 key areas that it covered?
Thank you for the question. The manual is outside if you wish to pick up a copy. It's this one. It's also downloadable from unesco.org. And it's a manual and master classes in form of a video. And yes, the objective is to assist media in developing and implementing policies, or at least practices, for disability inclusion. The media, as we have heard from the other speakers, is important to reflect the diversity of society. It's how we experience diversity in society. So what we have tried is to help 3 groups, let's say. One of them would be producers, reporters, camera persons, hosts, to be able to represent persons with disability in a more accurate and less stereotyped way. Because we talk about them not being visible, but the other problem is that when they are visible through stereotyped representations, usually as, for example, an overcomer, in a way that it sends the message that if you are not able to overcome the disability. If you fail to do so, you are a failure. Or as super achievers, that was mentioned before, without focusing on how difficult and how many barriers had to be broken to be able to achieve. In that sense, it is an inspirational representation, but it's mostly inspirational for persons without disabilities. In the worst case scenario, the person appears through a character that is a burden for the persons without disabilities, and if the person or the character commits suicide, it's sending the message that life is not worth living if you have a disability. And in the worst of the worst, the person is a felon or has psychosocial disabilities that, how can I say, origin in a kind of anger due to the disability. So the manual will help give resources for an accurate representation, good language use, how to do interviews, and this kind of practical matters. Then for ICT and production teams, it's more about giving through the manual resources for the international technical standards and requirements, whether it's live content, streaming content, or on-demand content, how to include voice to text, text to voice, sign language, how to include, be attentive to less used languages that also need, there are other persons who need sign languages in other than English, French, Spanish, etc. And subtitles, captioning, and so on. And last but not least, the executives, the human resources, the board of directors, in an invitation for them to include media professionals with disabilities in the workforce. So this part of the manual and the master classes are more about how to have balance between persons with disabilities and persons without disabilities in media as a workplace, as the Channel 4 representative CEO explained they have.
Thank you very much. And I think the manual does a great job of increasing awareness and understanding of what can help and what can benefit. But what are the main recommendations of the manual? And how can UNESCO support sports media institutions to implement these? Because sometimes we know what we need to do, but we don't know how to do it, and then effectively integrate those into disability-inclusive management practices.
Well, we would like you to spread the word that for media in particular, that this manual is available and that UNESCO is able to accompany media in this respect, and also to invite private sector for the right investments to help media be able to include this in their budgets. The main recommendations have to do, one, with editorial content and production, in the sense of trying to not focus on the disability of a character. In a way, the person with disability has to be visible, but the disability has to be unremarkable. They should be present as neighbors, parents, teachers, our lawyers, our gardeners, etc., in the condition of ordinary, let's say, citizens. And I'm focusing perhaps on their hobbies, on their love lives, not this extreme focus on, exclusive focus on the disability, because then it is more on support for the non-disabled or persons without disabilities. The second area, and also show the variety, right? Because sometimes the media, in their effort to be friendly, let's say, to persons with disabilities, they go and include somebody in a wheelchair. disabilities, as I said, is not homogeneous, it's varied, it's intersectional as well. So there may be other depictions, could be somebody who stutters, could be somebody with cognitive delay or another type of disability. Then when it comes to the accessibility requirements and technical standards, we recommend in the manual different tools and resources that can be used. And the main message we want to put through is that accessibility has to be embedded in the media production processes already from the beginning. It is a question of baking, let's say, accessibility and usability into the processes right from the start. And for the media executives or the owners of media or the CEOs and the human resources, on the one hand, to recruit more people, as I said, who are professionals and can work in media. Media has a very large variety of professions. It's not just the people on camera. There's also many people behind the camera. As the title of the session says, you know, you have, I don't know, accountants, receptionists, sound engineers. There are so many other professionals. Why not someone who has a disability? And on the other hand, in terms of staffing, it would be desirable to understand or to have the mindset that absolutely everybody plays a role, that it cannot be the responsibility of one person in the media group or platform or outlet. It is something that is across, that everybody can share. In a way, having disability inclusion is more like a team game.
Yeah.
And in that sense, well, it's very nice, the unprecedented coverage that these Paralympics are having, and the fact that there will be coverage through streaming on demand and then the traditional broadcasting. But we would like to see this awareness go beyond special events, special occasions, and become an everyday practice or routine.
Yeah, I think
legacy.
I think you've given a really comprehensive answer there, and I think, but what brought it all together, all the different components, was ultimately you want to normalize the difference. So disability is a difference, but it's like anything else. It's like if someone wears glasses or if we've got different color hair. And I think that's what I'm taking away from what you said there.
And media can see it as an area where they can grow and where they can be very successful. The percentage of persons with disabilities varies from country to country, but it can be a large minority in some of them.
Yeah, and talking about varying from country to country, I'm going to come to you next, Andy, because I think, you know, you're a man that wears many hats in the Paralympic and Parasport broadcasting world, but you're also a member of the Ability Group in Sport, TAGS, as we might call it from here on in. And it's the first network for disabled people working or wanting to work in sports media and production roles, and that's what we're going to talk about first, if that's okay with you. So can you just share a bit more about what this network does and its core objectives, and then how it champions the inclusive employment policies that can often be so important within the sports media industry?
Yeah, sure. By the way, I see that Sophie Morgan is on the front cover of your manual, and I'm working with her on NBC, so I'm going to have to get myself on the cover next year.
I saw that too.
but TAGS, I mean, the first thing I should say about TAGS and the Ability Group in Sport is I am a very proud member of TAGS, but I certainly didn't create the group, and a couple of colleagues and friends, Nate Williams and Neil Callahan, set TAGS up. But the purpose of the group is there are multiple reasons for why it needs to exist, I think. So firstly, it's a group that essentially exists on social media, LinkedIn. We have monthly meetings, there's a WhatsApp group, etc., all the classic things that everybody has now. And it is for disabled people who are either already working in the sports broadcasting industry, on screen or behind the camera, or I think more crucially, it's for people who are trying to get in, because that first step is always the most difficult one. And it's been a joy really to sort of see this group grow to a point where it's a job sharing network, and there are several TAGS members who are here in Paris working on the Paralympics for all sorts of different people, a couple of them working for Channel 4 and Whisper, a couple of them working for the IPC, and even just this morning we had a message come around on the Watch group, just sort of, where's everybody staying, and can we, have a social evening one night to get together and sort of celebrate the fact that we're all here. Occasionally it's actually a bit of a support group, if you like. Somebody might say, well, I've gone for a job interview and then, I haven't got the job, and, there were concerns about accessibility, or they wouldn't give me this, or they were worried that I didn't drive a car, or, couldn't drive a car, and it's a way of us all kind of helping each other through that from our own experiences. Tangibly, I mean, we've actually had some tangible success back in the UK around football grounds and accessibility at football grounds. There was about sort of 6 of us, wrote reports as to, I'm a football reporter, outside the Paralympics, I'm a football reporter most Saturdays, and, I've seen good press boxes, bad press boxes, and we have all kind of done a little report, and that report has now been shared by the Football League. 72 football clubs have had our report and are going to try and implement changes to make press boxes more accessible. And I think it also gives a group that broadcasters or production companies could now contact and say, look, we are actually now looking for somebody with a disability to fill this particular role, or we need a small group of disabled people to be a focus group in this particular area. They can come to TAGS and get the advice they desperately need. And one thing I'd say just generally about representation of disabled people across the media, both on screen and off screen, I was at Channel 4 when the production trainee scheme started. Correct me if I'm wrong, Channel 4 over there, but I think the first one was really around Rio, off screen, the Rio Games, and 20 to 30, I think, young disabled people who'd never worked in the media industry before kind of came in. Now, that's 8 years ago, and a lot of them now are in much more senior roles. They've stayed within the industry, and I think that's like the key thing. There's no point in having schemes if the people are going to fall away again, and it's been brilliant, and I congratulate Channel 4 and the production companies for keeping that going. I think from my point of view on screen, and I don't want this to come across as immodest, but I also think one of the trickle-down effects is that you need to start seeing disabled people working on the Olympics, not the Paralympics, and actually that was why I was so pleased and proud to work on the Olympics for the BBC a few weeks ago. And I think actually that's also just a mark of the success, if you like, of there are now so many people, disabled people, and don't get me wrong, there needs to be more. There are now so many disabled people working in TV and radio and digital and broadcasting, blah, 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 that they are not only now being seen at the Paralympics, they are being seen at Premier League football and Olympic Games and, tennis Grand Slams. And I think, and I hope, that continues. So in 4 years' time, when we're sat in LA, I hope that the BBC, NBC, NHK in Japan, et cetera, have all got a decent number of disabled people on screen at the Olympics as well.
And that's a great point, because I think we've talked about that when we have people with disabilities shouldn't just work on things that involve people with disabilities. And actually, you might have already answered your next question, but because I was going to say, what is your main recommendation for increasing inclusive media coverage of major para sport events, such as the Paralympic Games, but not limited to?
I think it's just believing that the people are out there. There are, and again, I suppose this is the beauty of TAGS, really. It sort of shows you that the people are out there. There are, I was about to call them kids, because in relation to my age, they are kids. But there are students. Well, no, there are kids. There are kids at school. I first wanted to be a sports journalist when I was 14, because I realised that as much as I love football and golf, I wasn't going to be an England footballer or a PGA Tour golfer, until maybe golf comes into the Paralympics, but we'll see. There are kids of 14, 15. There are young adults of university age who are desperate to get into the media industry, and they're out there, and they might be working in student radio, they might be working on a website, they might have their own TikTok channel, they might be putting out their own YouTube content, and they're there. And actually often previously, or a few years back, I don't necessarily think they were being invited to interviews and even getting to the point of being able to impress people. You know, Liz, I mean, obviously with the work you do in recruitment, you and I both know that as a disabled person going to a job interview, sometimes you have to prove to the employer that you can do the job physically before you even get to the point of, like, by the way, I'll also be really good at it. You know, you've got to prove that you're going to be able physically to do the job. And like that's the mad thing, really. And actually things should be done in that area so that when a disabled person turns up to a job interview, the employer feels comfortable that, okay, with a few minor adjustments perhaps, or a bit of support from the government or, you know, government agencies, this will be fine. We'll hire this person, and they'll not just be brilliant, but they'll lift the whole organisation.
Yeah, they help everybody, and I think that's why the work that Donald does is so good, because, again, it's a bit like a lot of Paralympians. They've proved that they can be Paralympians, and then they get another opportunity. But there's a lot of disabled people with disabilities in the world that don't want to be Paralympians. So, Donald, you've been working closely with UNESCO to promote a safer and more inclusive sporting environment for all, which includes advocating for the representation of persons with disabilities in sport media. What strategies has Costa Rica implemented to promote positive perceptions and greater social awareness towards persons with disabilities, but in particular towards those para-athletes?
Gracias.
Thank you. Well, I think it's important to think of the needs for national sports policies and for physical education. In 2020, we created the National Policy for Sports and Physical Education, which sought two fundamentals: to have a country that can compete but that is in motion, and obviously within those two fundamental areas we can't not take into consideration disability. And with this, we were able to vary the contributions of disability sports and sports. The National Olympic Committee started to have more support, and other institutions began to support these types of initiatives. As an institute, we have two fundamental programs in the country. One, which is for national sports, the sporting games, national sporting games, and this brings together the entire country. And then we have a physical activity recreational program. And in both of these programs, we have included disability sports from the competitive point of view, but also from the recreational point of view. And what have we managed to do with this? Well, we've managed to improve how persons with disabilities are perceived. So our country is so small that there were very few people competing with disabilities. And so what we decided to do was to create the National Sporting Games. And after this, once we'd created this, we also wanted to ensure that para-athletes were competing. We were very surprised to see that during the first year, the numbers that we'd forecasted in terms of participation were increased by 20%. And this year, again, the number of competitors has gone up by 100%. And so what this means is that by 2025, we will have para-national games that will involve roughly 500 people in 7 different para-sport disciplines. And so for us, this is very significant. In addition to that, through the Activate program, there's a program that provides support to those who wish to begin a sport, who have a disability, so they can be involved with the regional committees, but also the state-level committees to support this type of sport.
Authorities such as ICODA support sport media institutions to ensure that persons with disabilities, including para-athletes, are fairly and equitably represented and portrayed.
Well, first of all, as has been said, we need to raise awareness in the media in some way. We need to have programs, awareness-raising programs, so that people accept people in different bodies. I'd just like to make a brief aside. We need to do all of this behind the camera for para-athletes, but also for all persons with disabilities that have any role in decision-making. We need to make parasports more visible. And finally, we have a monitoring of the representation of people with disabilities. And this is very important because earlier on we spoke about data. If we don't measure what we're doing via our surveys, with this information, we were able to redirect our strategies very quickly in terms of the communication, in terms of the image that we're giving to parasport. And I think that we can't move forward too quickly. We need to monitor, we need to collect data so that we can determine what the results of our actions are.
Important, and Juan Diego, you talked about awareness in your very first answer. But before we go there, congratulations. This is your first Paralympic Games. So well done. Enjoy. Welcome to the club. It'll be amazing. I'm sure you'll have an incredible competition. But more than that, like also along with that, you are also president of the Athletes Commission of the Americas Paralympic Committee. And you've alluded to it, but talk about your experience in promoting inclusive representation of para-athletes. Have you noticed any positive changes in the coverage over the years?
Yes, well, thank you for the congratulations, and happy to be now colleagues. So, yes, I have seen a lot of improvements. I just saw yesterday, I think that almost 2 million entries have been sold for Paris, and I'm happy to hear that. But as you said, always the focus on Olympic and Paralympic is like very well covered, but when you go to the national sports or your national competitions, there's a very lack of coverage in the para area. So I think we got a lot to improve in that regard, and it's basically on the interest of the media of how they see the sport with disabilities and how they can promote it, because in countries like ours, Costa Rica and Guatemala, are very similar, but a lot of people with disabilities are hidden in their houses because their parents doesn't want them to practice any sport because they don't know if it's safe for them or if it's good for them. I always say and recommend other people with disabilities to be involved in sport, not only to become a Paralympian, but to be a better person, to learn new values. The same sport help us develop and manage in a better way our disability. If we are stronger, we can move the wheelchair easier. In my case, with the prosthetic, I can run and do everything thanks to sport. And sport give me that lesson to me, and I think it's important that athletes get involved, because I know that all athletes that have competed and that are participating in sport, that sport has changed their life. So it's their goal or their motivation to do it, not only with people with disabilities, as you said before, like they also need to spread it to people without disabilities. So I think it has been a great improvement. the International Paralympic Committee always includes the athletes in the board of directors. I'm part of the board of directors of the Americas Paralympic Committee. Most of the national Paralympic committees have an athlete that has boys and both on their national Paralympics. Not all. Now that I'm taking some databases, not all national Paralympic committees have. So this is the work we are trying to do to improve in this part. And the media is key in that regard. I think also that now that you mentioned the policy in sport, in Guatemala there's no public policy in sport. We are developing now. I am working at the National Council of Sport and Recreation, and it didn't include anything of inclusion, nothing about people with disabilities. Now the Guatemala Paralympic Committee, Special Olympics Guatemala, are being involved in the construction of this policy. So I'm happy that Donald had great results. We hope to have them also in Guatemala, because this is the first steps on going forward and to promote more the disability and the Paralympic athletes in Guatemala. The delegation of Guatemala, we are just 2 athletes here in Paris, so it's very few. So we need it a lot in our country, in Latin America also, but I think the media has a key role in developing and informing the parents and motivating the parents to get their kids on different sports.
Thank you, and I think you speak so enthusiastically about it. And you're really, for me, what you're saying is you've got to be able to see something to believe it. People say that all the time, and that seems to me to be your key message to the media, is the social impact that it can have for the people of Guatemala. So thank you so much for your answers. It was very enthusiastic and very insightful. And thank you to you all for your participation and insights. You've been a very distinguished panel yet again. We've been very blessed today, and amazing work, Mirta. And if anybody wants to pick up the manual on the way out, please do so. One last time, we're going to play a video for you. So enjoy a video, a quick video, and then one more poll to finish off the day. Thank you, team.
How we talk about disability in the media matters. Often, persons with disabilities are left out of stories or portrayed in ways that don't fully represent us. Some stories make it seem like having a disability requires your sympathy or help, while others hold up people with disabilities as an inspiration, simply because we live with a disability. But disability is part of human diversity. Fair disability coverage means including people with disabilities in all kinds of stories. When we do this, we show that our lives and our opinions are also taken into account, and that our voice is at the heart of the story, and that the story is fair, accurate, and relevant to everyone. First, persons with disabilities must appear in everyday coverage. News reporting, live interviews, talk shows, commentary, documentaries, and other types of media content in video, audio, or text formats. Just as journalists should always strive to represent persons of different genders, ages, races, and ethnicities. Secondly, media outlets need to have an inclusive editorial plan to expand on and improve upon coverage of issues related to disability. Disability stories exist on every subject: rural life, elections, health, culture, science, technology, leisure, sports, and more. Thirdly, media professionals need to find these stories and tell them, whilst also incorporating the views and opinions of everyone with disabilities across programming. Finally, the media has a major impact on public perception and has an important role in promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion in society.
You got your 15 seconds to say what you want to say. If you want to say something,
yes,
15 seconds.
Thank you. This is one of the master classes, and I would like to invite you to watch the rest of the master classes. You find them on YouTube, the channel UNESCO.
Great, thank you. That was good. That was 10 seconds. I'll take it. Well done. So, well, it is amazing work, Meta, so congratulations on all your efforts. And like I said, for one last time, we will take you to our final poll, because your input is invaluable to make things happen. So the Oh, there is no QR code. We go straight to the question. The question is, what would be your recommendation to media to increase visibility of parasport and para-athletes while enhancing the quality and accuracy of their narratives, based on what these wonderful people have let you know? There's your QR code, right in the center of the screen. And whilst you take that time to answer the poll, I would like to say once again, one final thank you very much to the panelists and your audience for the contributions today. We've got to have one more photo, so don't go anywhere. And we will see the result. Okay, my eyes, I need to get glasses, I think. There we go. So, integrate diversity, equality, and inclusion into all media program reporting and content production is the winner. And I think that's been the theme of today, that inclusion can't just be optional. It needs to be embedded in everything that we do. So there's still work to be done. Our work will never be done, and that's okay. But we're all contributing to making this change. And let me tell you, if we went back to the days of Paralympic Games, way back when, media is changing, perceptions are changing, and experiences are changing for the athletes and the spectators too. A record number of broadcasters from around the world are set to cover the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games, as Myrta said, and more than 160 countries will be watching the Games with us. And for the first time, all 22 sports will benefit from live coverage. That's more than ever before, and a real landmark moment. This is already an important achievement, and it means an increased visibility of Paralympians, but also, as we heard, an increased ability to have exposure to what is possible for people living with disabilities. Let's continue advocating for more inclusive hiring and management practices in media institutions, increasing inclusion into all media content development and production, promoting an equitable and fair representation of para-athletes and parasport, and continue building capacities for more inclusive reporting and more accessible media content. Let's use this coverage and let's use this Paralympic Games to fight stigma and stereotypes. Let's give parasport and para-athletes the visibility and recognition they deserve for their amazing sports performance. So thank you again, Andy, Juan Diego, Myrta, and Donald. And it's time for that family photo. So Alex, if you wouldn't mind coming back up to join us on the stage. If everybody wants to get into a photo formation of your choice, that would be a delight. Cameras in front of you. Donald will come to the front, I think. Give it up for our panelists. Oops. You can get closer to each other, you know. You can get closer to each other. Well, yeah, but I'm small, and what should we go behind Donald? What should we do? I feel like that table's in the way. You can go soon, team. I promise. Yeah. Let's. Don't. My Spanish is not very good. Block the table. Thank you so much, everybody. Well done. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Just 2 more minutes of your time, I promise. And we will be out of here. So we've had some really insightful discussions and contributions today. So thank you for everybody that has taken part, including you, the audience. Like I said this morning, your recommendations will be key to building the call of action that will be presented tomorrow at the closing of the Ministerial Forum. And as we said, we need those voices. This call to action will represent a roadmap for strengthened sport policies and increased investments from all sectors in disability inclusion. With Fit for Life as a framework, UNESCO and the International Paralympic Committee will provide support to member states and partners to implement the call to action, scale good practice in disability inclusion in sport and physical education, and advance more inclusive societies more broadly. It's crucial that decision makers are held accountable to advance this agenda. Let's continue to build on this momentum and drive meaningful change. Let's continue to build on this. Oh, I've read that bit already. For tomorrow, remember that we will have the Ministerial Forum, but also the Paralympic torch relay is going by the UNESCO headquarters. And this will mean that UNESCO will not be admitting any participants during the passage. So we recommend arriving no later than 9:30 a.m. because the doors will be closed. The Ministerial Forum will start right after the passage at 10:45 a.m. Now, without further ado, we are pleased to invite you to the cocktail reception supported by Airbnb at the UNESCO restaurant on the 7th floor. Please remember to pick up your things in the cloakroom and bring them all with you for the cocktail. And if you do want one of Myrta's manuals on your way out, please do collect one of those. Thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow. Merci.